Good morning, YouTube. It's Friday. We made it through another week. Welcome, one and all, to Midnight's Edge in the Morning. I am Tom Connors. With us, as always, is the boss man, Andre.
Greetings, everyone. Thanks for joining us this morning. If you're in the US, that is. If not, thanks for joining us this afternoon. Earlier than you're used to. But hey, that's daylight savings time in the US for you.
And right off the bat, we got Mr. Roboto, but he came in there a little better at the end there. And then we have also with us, as always, the narrator supreme, Robert.
You're using my full and formal name?
I did.
Oh, boy. I'm in
Means
trouble.
You're in trouble.
Yeah.
You didn't do it yet, but I know you're going to do something.
I'm the narrator supreme, supremely narrating. So.
We had Helen Mirren on yesterday, so of course you had to show up and bring the class back down.
That's what I do. You know the old joke. I walk into a room, you go down when I walk into a room, I go down 2 steps, physically and socially.
You're a dick and fart joke just waiting to happen. That's the problem.
Nothing wrong with dick and fart jokes.
Nothing wrong with them. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Hey, Family Guy's been doing that for 20 years.
Yeah, people have built careers on dick and fart.
Remember the time I made a dick and fart joke? Meh. And also with us is Mr. Matt Kadish of the Salty Nerd Podcast, and also he's an author in his own right as well. How you doing?
Author and filmmaker. Don't forget, I made a movie.
That's right. You did make a movie.
Yeah, long time ago.
That amateur adult movie you made with your ex-girlfriend doesn't count, Matt.
That's not what he's talking about.
Hey, all those movies count. I'm just saying. Check out my OnlyFans.
Yeah, it's all canon, basically.
Yes.
Andre, you said it, Andre. I didn't, so.
Yeah.
Well, greetings, everybody. We got through the week. Falcon and Winter Soldier dropped last night. Nobody really cared.
That was
everyone in the comments. I just have to say, people in the comments, let us know. Do you care about Falcon and the Winter Soldier dropping? Let us know. Do you care? I'm curious if anyone really cares about this by this time.
I saw Disney trying to get it to trend, but I didn't see it.
I called it Falcon and the Snowman for a while. Oh yeah, Falcon and the Snowman. I'm like, wait a minute, no, that's that movie with Timothy Hutton a number of years ago.
That nobody but you remembers, Rob.
Yeah, I'm like Falcon is, but it's like, and nobody corrected me. That's the thing. Nobody corrected me
because we thought you were just kidding.
I'm actually pretty excited about it, but the finale of
always the contrarian.
The finale of WandaVision has kind of tampered my excitement for it, but I still want to see what they're doing with it because I think it's like 6 1-hour episodes. So I'm kind of interested to see
what they're going
to do.
Well, at least it's shorter, so it has that going for it. I will give it that. It's going to be less time to suffer through than WandaVision turned out to be in the end. It started so good and it ended so disappointing. But
yeah, I dropped my Disney Plus, but if I decide to use some of the username and passwords that have been sent, maybe I'll watch it. Falcon and Winter Snowflake. That's why I thought you were just kidding, Rob. I don't think I vaguely even remember the other movie you mentioned.
No, but I don't, like I said, the fact that nobody corrected me, I was like, oh, okay, that's not such a good sign.
Yeah. Oh Lord. So otherwise the big talk was the Snyder Cut.
Just not the kind of talk that you would be expecting in our little corner of the internet. This is where we were hoping to be just excited about the release of the Snyder Cut itself and assessing the movie on its own merits. But nothing can ever be nice and without any kind of misery and drama to allow us to enjoy anything nice, can it?
Yeah. This really should have been a celebration, an exciting time, because after years and years of the fan advocacy, we finally won. We finally got what we wanted, and then this just cast a shadow over the whole thing. It's sad.
Can I go back to talking about Geode? I mean, because he's kind of
nobody cares, Rob.
He feels kind of neglected here. I mean, so I don't know.
Yeah, Geode better get used to it.
Wow,
he's going to be
you guys got celebrity
Star Wars
on stream.
On that note,
forget about Helen Mirren. We got Geode.
Yeah, dude. Geo's legit. Yeah. He's the breakout Star Wars guy.
For those who don't know what we're talking about, because you were probably wrapped up in all the other stuff last night, we had a Blood In, Blood Out reunion that was fucking amazing. Like, I don't know if we had so much talent gathered in one place at one time on the internet before.
I didn't know that such talent could be attached in in one screen. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, I'm still blown away. And then in the midst of all of it, we get a cameo from Helen Mirren.
Oh my God. I was like, oh, I couldn't believe it. I really couldn't believe it. I had to pause, like, wait a minute, it's her.
She's just like, hey boys. You know,
oh, she seemed like an absolute sweetheart too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, she was really fun. I mean, she's just a quick cameo, but it was really cool because of course we had Taylor Hackford there, who is are they married or are they just partners?
No, they're married.
They're married.
Are they married? Okay, I was never sure.
Since 97.
Okay, that's my bad. But I wasn't sure if they were married or just partners living together, because in Hollywood you never know anymore. Usually the ones that last longer, you're like, they can't be married.
No, because we had such a big panel. Like, we actually had a little bit of I'm not gonna say stress, because it was just a luxury problem, but we had more people that were on the panel all of a sudden than the software that we use for these streams could handle. So I volunteered myself to step out of it, and Stephanie Yanisek, no, we are not kidding. Same with Darth Sidious. Yeah, Dame Helen Mirren really made a cameo appearance on Midnight's Edge during the Blood In, Blood Out reunion panel yesterday. So go check that out.
Well, first of all, we had Enrique come in. He was the first one to show up, and he's just intimidating as shit as it was. You know, and he's a real sweet guy, but all the parts I've seen him play are intimidating, right? So first I piddled because he came in, and then a couple of the other cast members come in, and Carlos is the actor who plays the bad guy in the film, who's been in other stuff like Speed and other movies. He was another one I was just peeing out of excitement. And then we didn't know if Ben Bratt was going to show up or not for sure. And then when he did show up, I'm like, holy shit, did he just show up for reals? You know, because we expected a few of these guys to show up, but next thing you know, we had almost the entire damn cast there. We were only missing a few. It was more who wasn't there?
And that's something that someone pointed out in the comics too. When you had all of that drama and misery at certain other fundraising charity streams, then everyone, guest of honor included, was able to stay on topic and have a great time all around in our Blood In, Blood Out reunion panel. Which was nice and cool.
Yeah, I was a big sweaty nerd yesterday, and then Taylor Hackford comes in, so then I'm just like, oh shit, you know. It was amazing. So we got to thank Paulie, and we got to thank Robert and Jeff Rivas, the actor, of course, too, who are three very instrumental people in yesterday's stream. So definitely big, huge shout out to those guys. Thank you so much for that.
Absolutely. And the whole stream is, of course, right here on Midnight's Edge, just like the previous video uploaded, and it's in the Star Interviews playlist. So you should absolutely watch that. And if you haven't seen it before, make it your business to see Blood In, Blood Out. It truly is Godfather level. It's one of the most underrated movies ever made.
You know, I remember there was a time where you guys were just scrounging for Sony hack scraps. And now you're now you're sitting around interviewing big time filmmakers.
Well, cool. They're interviewing big time celebrities. I was
going to say that was until I came around, and I'm like, I think we can get some interviews here. Next thing I know, I got Nicholas Myers on the line, and Bob Shea and a few people like that. And then I'm like, I'm earning my keep.
It's like, how many videos can we scrape out of this Sony email hack thing? And now
the last one I think we did formally with that was the emoji one, which was the first video I edited. So
well, I remember that's what blew you guys up, because everyone was really going hard on Ghostbusters, and you were right there analyzing the Sony email leaks and stuff.
Yeah. We were literally the only ones doing it. I was like thinking, as I was digging through them, and I was finding all this horror story about Ghostbusters, I was thinking, to think you have this treasure of information, and then you have the mainstream media, and all they go is like find that Amy Pascal called what's her face, the original
Obama?
Tomb Raider woman.
Oh, Angelina Jolie.
Yeah, she called Angelina Jolie a bitch, and she wondered if Obama would like 12 years a slave because he was black and stuff like that. That was like the only thing that the mainstream media paid attention to. And I was like, holy shit, look at all of this madness that's right here.
Yeah, and that was around the time that the North Korea thing with that movie, The Interview, was going on as well.
It was like the North Korea hack. It was like so fun.
Yeah. Which I think there was finally some movement on that, by the way, Andre. I don't know if you heard about that on the news like a couple of weeks ago. Like, I guess they had, I don't know exactly what was going on, but I was going to bring that up to you and I forgot all about it.
Well, North Korea got their first Popeye's fried chicken franchise?
No, but I think they figured out who actually was responsible for the hack or something like that.
Yeah, and it wasn't North Korea, I should imagine.
I think it was China, actually. I don't quote me on that, though, because it's been like almost a month probably since.
It was Russian bots. We all know.
Yeah, Russian bots. It's always Russian bots.
Always Russian bots. Actually, it was Mundane Matt. He did it.
Oh,
well, we don't say the MM word around here.
He doesn't even go by that moniker anymore. So.
I don't even.
In either end, yeah, good times. Yeah, that was what built the foundation. No, actually, it was Josh Trank that built the foundation for how we started. But Ghostbusters and the Sony hack really took us to that next level. And then, of course, we got more serious with the interviews and stuff.
Yeah. So as Yankee Stadium was the house that Ruth built, Midnight Stitches is the house that Ghostbusters built. So.
Actually, I would say it's the house that Amy Pascal and Tom Rothman built.
Yeah. Yeah, which is weird too, because now turning the page and Amy Pascal's basically persona non grata everywhere, and Tom Rothman is the one who single-handedly basically saved Sony Pictures at this point.
After Amy Pascal knocked it up.
Yeah.
Do I still have my? Yeah, I still got my. That's right. I saved Sony. What of it? Okay. I know this is your favorite impression, Andre. That's why I'm doing it.
I just got rid of all this superhero stuff. That's all.
We're making real movies trying again. To destroy Spider-Man. So.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, good times. Anyway, well, before we get into the main topic of today.
Yeah.
Because
I think I'm the only one here who's seen the Snyder Cut in full.
I watched half of it last night.
Yeah, so did I.
I mean,
I've seen the first quarter.
Oh, 4 hours, man. That's a beat.
I shut it off the first half, went and did some other shit because I felt like I wasn't being productive enough.
you know, it is interesting though, because I watched the Justice League yesterday, and you know, just to kind of prepare for the Snyder Cut, and it is interesting to see the stuff that Joss Whedon definitely put in versus the stuff that Snyder had originally intended.
Right. Well, that's really all that's missing. Let's be clear, is the stuff that Joss added. I mean,
but it is nice that that you know, we're getting to finally see like how it was originally intended, because like that opening to the Justice League with the Superman cell phone footage, and that opening Batman scene is probably one of the worst Batman scenes ever put on cinema.
Yeah.
Where he's talking to Alfred right in front of a criminal, and then he just lets the criminal go, and there's no explanation as to how he knows parademons can smell fear and like all this other stuff. Like, it was just one of the worst openings to a superhero movie I think you could ever make. Yeah. And I have a theory that Joss Whedon was on Marvel's payroll, and he was sent in as a subversion tactic to specifically tank the DC universe.
Well,
because he made that movie so bad compared to what I saw last night.
You know what? I agree because granted, I haven't seen the whole thing, but what I have seen so far, and I know that there's going to be dissidents here on the panel. Tom and Rob, I want to just say there was no universe in which you were going to like this movie. But
I don't know, but I
vastly prefer what Snyder was doing.
No, I wanted to at least be able to give an opinion on it.
That's not even. I was gonna say that's not even really a fair comparison because. To sit there, nobody liked Joss Whedon's version. Like, nobody did. Like, but that still doesn't deny the fact that they're still basically the same story. And again, I always digress that I wasn't going to go into this probably enjoying it. Did I think it was a better film than the other one? Oh, yes. Totally. I just don't see as that much of a different film, considering the part that you're about to get to, Matt, is pretty much consists of a lot of what we've already seen, and then the latter part is the added stuff. Yes, it was better than the other movie. Do I think it was worth 4 hours of my life, though? No.
Well, this comes down to one of my big problems with Zack Snyder, which is that as a visualist, he's amazing. Like, he knows how to paint a pretty picture on the screen, but as a storyteller, he's all over the place.
I wouldn't even say that.
This is a very overindulgent movie. If you can't tell a story within 2 hours, because like to compare something like this to Justice League, you have to say like, well, he had to have the same constraints as Justice League. Like, having 4 hours to tell a story, if you're an even semi-decent filmmaker, you can tell a good story in 4 hours. But how would the Snyder Cut have been if he had been under the same constraints of like 2 to 2.5 hours? Could he have done what he wanted to do? Because there's a lot of good character stuff in from what I've seen so far. But at the same time, I'm watching this and I'm like, by the time I stopped, it was 2 hours in, and I was like, like they didn't even get to the third mother box or Superman or anything like that. So it's one of those things where I'm like, Zack Snyder is a very problematic storyteller because he doesn't know how to actually structure a story in such a way to meet these time constraints.
Yeah, I really felt like that whole first 2 hours could have been done in 45 minutes. Really, I mean,
well, that's kind of what Joss did in a lot of ways. Is he compressed a lot of that and put in that stupid intro like Matt was talking about. And yeah, because that first hour and a half, 2 hours almost, is mostly stuff we haven't seen outside the Aquaman bits.
And it speaks to the issue where like they really needed to set this movie up better. Hey, my co-host Matt Vader 74 from the Salty Nerd Podcast.
Greetings, everybody. How are you?
Hello, Matt Vader.
Greetings.
Thank you for the invite. So it's an honor, pleasure.
I think, yeah.
Absolutely, great to see you here.
Helen Mirren to my lardy butt. So yeah, that's really good. Really classing the joint up.
Hey, I'm the only fat kid here.
People in the chat are going, "Who the hell is that guy?"
Well, these guys make up the Salty Nerd part of the Salty Nerd podcast.
Yes, one half exactly.
Yeah, we're half. Yeah, Kadish is the whip cracker, and I just go, "Okay, man, okay."
But yeah, no, I mean, then you get into the other parts, though. It's pretty much the same movie. I mean, bringing back Superman's almost all the same. Yeah, there's some added stuff to the Mother Box story, but it's just, again, the Joss Whedon version is just a truncated version of what we have here. And yes, this is a better version, but
I will say I like this version of Steppenwolf much better.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yes.
But
what an amazing improvement. Just the costume. Just like that, that AI costume that can like get rid of arrows and everything like that.
Yeah, dude, that part where he just flexed and broke all those arrows, that was badass.
Now, for every great thing there was like 2 or 3 really bad things though. Like the Wonder Woman scene, she looked more animated than a Disney movie in that bit. And there was
how brutal she was in that opening scene.
That part wasn't the problem for me. It was that it looked so heavily animated, and a lot of the CGI for Cyborg just wasn't working, especially where he's walking away in the rain. I've seen better CGI done by people in our audience, like putting somebody in something else. Like it just totally looked off.
Budgetary constraints, probably. You have this much money to get it done. Here you go.
You can probably tell some of what it was already done is probably the better stuff, and then they
the effect shot of Lex Luthor at the beginning, like that looked like something out of like Baby's first After Effects.
Yeah, that was another bad one too. Yes. Yeah, so there were some of them are just like, wow, did somebody put this together on their fucking laptop? And then some of them are fine, but
well,
like,
they definitely had to stretch
by
their
Fisher
budget.
Price.
They definitely had to stretch their budget because I think he had what 30 million to
bullshit. He had 70 million.
He had
That's what I'm
70
trying.
million?
Where the hell did it go? That's what I'm trying to figure out. They must all went on Steppenwolf.
probably.
And the shot with one of the other people, because not to spoil, but another character that was brought in, the CGI is fucking horrendous. Like, let's put it this way: I've seen TV versions of the same character that look almost better.
Can I just say like how annoyed I am with the 4:3 aspect ratio?
Yeah, I am too. I was too. It was
like how many
distracting.
How many people are going to watch this in IMAX? Like he really should have done 16:9 because it was going straight to streaming and everyone's TVs are 16:9.
Well, the cinematographer shot it for 16:9 too.
Yeah, I mean, like I really hate the aspect ratio for this, and I think Snyder was just again overly indulgent in choosing to go with that format for his vision because like what 5 people are probably going to watch this on IMAX?
Well, it's not even technically the IMAX format. We talked about that the other day. Because IMAX, I guess, if I remember right, is like 166, which is a little slimmer than the full 185 16:9 widescreen ratio, but it's not a square. Because like if I remember right, we brought up like all of Nolan's films have IMAX shots in them, and he said at one time like on video you're only missing a very slight bit that's cropped off at the top and the bottom, so he can fill out the screen. So it's not that much. So I don't understand why he did it like that. He could have done like a 166 version, which would have filled it out a little bit more maybe. But I think it's, like we kind of figured out between him wanting to do the black and white version, he's trying to emulate old comic book panels and or film noir look kind of thing.
But I mean, like this is the type of thing these are the type of decisions that ran the DCEU into the ground, where he doesn't care about the overarching consequences of his decisions. He's just like, I'm going to make this movie the way I want to make this movie.
He doesn't give any thought to say. He never once says, hey, you know what? Maybe someone else besides me is going to watch this.
Yeah. But so far, I'm liking what I'm seeing. Like compared to the original, it's heads above what we got from Joss Whedon.
But is that saying a lot? So that's the thing. And
it's a low bar.
Actually, I think there's a far more to it than just like, is it saying a thing? Yeah, okay. So you have a movie that's going to have a relatively niche appeal, and now they have restored that movie into a point where it can have that relative niche appeal, where those who were fully on board with the Snyderverse actually will get a movie that they will enjoy, as opposed to the current version of the movie, which is the Whedon cut, which absolutely no one out there enjoy. Well, I guess there's maybe 12 people on the face of the earth that enjoys it. That could be like, there's no accounting for taste. I mean, like, I love my Project Shadow Chaser. So again, like, no accounting for taste. So if you have to find 12 people that like the Whedon cut, good for them. But like the bigger
the Superman fake mouth thing in Whedon's cut always takes me out of the movie, man. Every time he's on screen.
Plenty. Well, I'm actually more taken out by the Batman thing there.
Yeah, it's better than the Whedon cut, but I'll watch it just as many times after this as I did the Whedon cut. That's what I'm going to say. Yeah. And I know I'm not the audience for this anymore, but that kind of got me. I was going to get to the next question, unless you had something else you wanted to address first, Andre, before we got to super chats and the drama of the day.
Yeah.
Was just like, I mean, do we think this is going anywhere?
The big thing here that I think that everyone must keep in the back of their mind, whatever you discuss and everything, what happened here, what no one must lose sight of, is that this is an occasion where the Snyder Cut was something that was going to be buried forever. What had to happen? Actually, there were a couple of ways it could happen, but the one way that did happen in our quantum reality is that an outsider of Hollywood came in. AT&T, a telecommunications company, came in, they decided that we need content to compete with Disney Plus. We got this HBO Max thing, and here is something that there is fan demand for. Now, this is a fan demand that was ridiculed and mocked in Hollywood at large, and everyone that wanted it were basically ridiculed as well. And they went and they made it. That's a pretty significant thing right there. And if it completely blows up in their face, it's never going to happen again. Then the people that wanted to suppress the Snyder Cut in the first place, the ones that berated everyone, then they kind of win, because then they're going to be exonerated. Is that the term for it? Or certainly validated.
Validated, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Validated in their conviction that you must never listen to the fans. Fans are evil and nasty people. That's the thing that's that I'm worried about. But we're gonna hear all of your worries as well, because we're gonna take some super chats right now. Unless there's something else I'm missing, Tom.
Well, no, I just wanted to, because I know it's already been pretty well established by, in several interviews between Hamada and even Zack Snyder himself, that this is most likely not going to continue anywhere, to where I think even Zack said in a recent interview that it's not even canon. So and I'm not so sure that it created enough interest for them to want to go forward, or we would have seen a lot of headlines.
I think that's too early to say. I don't think
it could be a little early.
Too early to say. I mean, we're 1 day in. We have to give it.
Yeah.
Have to give it a week. Give it a week.
All right, I'll give it a week. But
yeah,
it would be interesting if the Snyder Cut was so popular that it reinvigorated the plans for the DCEU, because it's gone off the rails ever since Justice League bombed.
Well, but here's the thing, Matt. There's the 800-pound gorilla in the room that nobody's mentioned yet, and that 800-pound gorilla is J.J. Abrams. I mean,
yeah, but that has nothing to do with it, because Abrams does not control DC on film. Walter Hamada does. Well, and under AT&T, there's a multiverse. So Abrams, he gets his universe to play in, whereas Hamada has his universe. If the Snyder thing really works out for them, well, guess what? Snyder will get his universe too. That's probably going to integrate with the rest of Earth 1, while Warner sees how Pattinson works out. But
you're going to need like a degree in seed theory or something like that to understand what's going on in the DCEU.
But let's not overestimate the importance of Abrams in here, because he has no power to decide.
Well, on the practical side, is Warner Brothers going to really want two competing DC universes?
No, they don't. But AT&T does, and they've already made it canon that it is.
Okay.
The whole thing that we're getting with the Flash, that's an AT&T.
The Flash, Flashpoint is either a nuke button or a reset button, however you want to
and the same with the Snyder Cut in the first. That's why Warner are so dead against it. That's why Warner wants this to fail, because it undermines their own plans. Remember, they didn't want this. They're dead against this. This is an AT&T mandate done against Warner's will.
Tom, who's going to play the Flash? Is it going to be? It's not going to be Ezra Miller in that.
As far as I know, yes, it is.
Oh, okay, I didn't. Okay, all right.
Yeah, he's Warner's guy.
Okay,
slow fight, huh? Yeah.
I
did notice one thing, though. I will say this about the Flash and the Snyder Cut. I did notice that Zack cut out a lot more of his wonky fucking running. Like it hardly shows him running in this version compared to the Joss Whedon.
Ezra Miller's weird. Like he's like.
Yeah, with that whole they cut a lot of that crap out.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's something they even filmed for the Whedon version.
It might have been
there, because I think that ridiculous running That was all Whedon.
It could have very well been. And that's where I'm saying is I think anything that wasn't in this version, because let's be real, there was a lot of people who were adamant that, oh no, this is 100% new. Whedon reshot the entire movie. And I said, well, that can't be true because they were sitting there arguing over who was going to get director credit. And there wasn't even enough that Joss shot to get a co-credit. So that means whatever Joss used was stuff that Zach had shot. So when I put that out there and people are like, oh no, this new movie is going to have no footage from that movie. Bullshit. A good portion of that third hour is made up of the same footage. All the Superman stuff is almost all the same. Like the only thing that's different is once Superman comes back in the suit. I mean, I'm not really giving anything away on that because it's almost verbatim. So like all that stuff was shot obviously by Zach and just reworked by Joss, not so much reshot. But all the stuff that Joss added is clear because that's not in this movie. Like you can see away all the stuff.
It was jokes. You could see like that right away, like in the whole Iceland sequence that went on for
and that's easy to tell because Ben Affleck gains 20 pounds between shots. But yeah,
yeah, and we saw the whole person. The whole person was like to add like the answer to like strong man, strongest alone, like. And then you got the like funny answer to it. That's the whole purpose of that reshoot. That makes me wonder how much did it cost to go back to Iceland and all of those things to get that one joke in there.
Lord knows.
You know what's interesting though is so like in the Justice League version, there's that stinger where he says, "I hear you can talk to fish." When Momoa's got him up against the wall, and that was in the trailers that Snyder put out, and he cut that out of his Snyder Cut. So I'm kind of wondering like how many of these jokey lines were Whedon's and how many were originally in there. And with the benefit of hindsight, Snyder's just like, I'm not going to put that in.
Well, I'm thinking it's more so maybe some of Snyder's jokes didn't land because I'm sure he got told to be a bit more lighter. And we all forget that Zach came on and started working on the film before he even took over as director too, to help with writing and a few other things. So, and that's probably the reason why was to come in and lighten things up because overall,
Whedon.
Did I say? Yeah, sorry, I meant Whedon. Yeah, I meant Whedon. My bad. But yeah, because I mean, in the stuff that is reused, still, it's all still pretty close to the same color timing and all that kind of stuff. That's what I was telling Andre. Is like, so you can tell that this movie was shot to look a specific way to begin with. Like, I mean, because once they get all together, the movie does lighten up a bit, and there is like it's a little more subdued than the Joss Whedon version, but it still overall has the same kind of lighting and coloring for the most part. It's still more colorful than his other films.
It's Blofeld suddenly.
Yeah, Matt Vader just switched to supervillain mode.
It is totally a supervillain cat. He's Mr. Bigglesworth before he lost his hair.
He likes to come visit when I'm on the computer sometimes.
He looks like he's plotting the end of the world.
You know,
the cat's got its own Instagram account, by the way.
You know, just I never realized it until like that is like such a weird juxtaposition. You have like a really evil guy like Blofeld, but he has a very kind of like delicate kitty cat. That is kind of a weird juxtaposition. You know that, and that he's so ruthless, but he's very caring towards this animal.
In this case, though, the animal is the mastermind, though, it looks like.
That's true.
I'll get you next time, Gadget.
He has everybody trained. And it's always kind of funny when I was playing games on Twitch. Every time he'd come on, the chat would go crazy. So, yeah.
Just be glad you don't have Jesse Milestone's cat shit.
This is YouTube. The world stops for kitties and dogs.
That's true. This is true.
Indeed.
See, now he's done with me and he left. So he's like,
exactly. So let's get to super chats, Andre.
Yes. And it's very clear to see where the audience attention is right now.
Yeah.
KitKat starts us off with £5 saying, if Zack Snyder's words were misinterpreted and he did not mean to associate geeks and gamers with hate groups, where is his public clarification? And now I'm just going to run through some super chats and we're going to comment on it all afterwards. And then KitKat also says for another £5, I am not a gamer, but I have now joined the Geeks and Gamers channel to show solidarity with them. Good on you. And we are fully behind Geeks and Gamers, but more on that in a little while. Sondar says for $5 last day at the factory, going to trucking school. I'm eastbound and down. Also, Tom, Tell Gary it was just an odd perspective, not CGI. Matt G says, will Midnight's Edge be doing a video on the G&G issue? And well, you're kind of watching it right now, the live version at least, and for video, yeah, we'll see what happens. Maybe. We'll see. Hypergiver 2 says, Hail Midnighters. Pretty sure Snyder was forced to bite the hands that supported him by WB. His statement felt forced and insincere. Larry Pakalut says for $6 Canadian dollars 99, I try to remain positive. But Snyder is a douchebag. I hope he mans up and gives honest apology to geeks and gamers. Doubtful. This fool has no class. Kit Kat then says for another 10 British pounds, thank you so much. Overlord DVD condemns Snyder's behavior, but he is mad about the Snyder Cut and urges that we separate the man from his movie and watch it. As a loyal arch-villain, I feel that I must give it a try. Spider Unlimited says for $9.99, high class, big brass, pretty little liars in a row. Tom's word speaks Hollywood and the Geeks and Gamers attack. One idea came to mind. WB made Zack say that as another last-ditch effort to demoralize the fans. It's I don't disagree, but
you owe me more. Oh, he paid for it. Never mind. I was gonna say he owes me 3 cents now in royalties, but he already prepaid me. Damn it.
Yeah. And then Lord Trinan says, "Good day, Midnight's Edge. Eager to hear your take on the Snyder Cut. Been avoiding the streaming services, but may finally bite the bullet, temporarily at least." Skinny Fab says for $9.99, thank you so much. I agree with Ripa and EVS about the stronger response, but the Geeks and Gamers guys kept their eyes on the ball and didn't make it about them. That's admirable, but never let the fox in the chicken coop. Michael Gonzalez says, not perfection. Geeks, +1. Oh my god, Martian Manhunter. Normies, -2. Who was that green guy? Me, 3. Bad method to keep Lewis in Metropolis. Deus Ex Machina. Yeah, we'll get into that in a spoiler show maybe. And Michael Miller says for 35 South African rands. Thank you so much. It's a tonight I got a mate. Oh, tonight. He said tonight. That's what it's trying to say. Tonight I got a mate coming. I got a case of beer, 8 packets of popcorn, and the Snyder Cut after dinner at my favorite pub. Sounds like an awesome night out. Hope you'll enjoy it. Roger Haynes sent us a thumbs up super sticker, and House Atreides joins in to say, the only reason the fans won with the Snyder Cut has a big deal to do with AT&T being broke. WB never wanted this, and still doesn't. Indeed. Volt
yeah,
Kobold,
that part's true, but I don't know about AT&T being broke, but yeah.
They're not broke, but they're in debt and loads of it. But they're not
because they just bought Time Warner. But
yeah. No, they're not broke. And also, there's been what's the word I'm looking for? Loads of handout money all around. So
bailouts?
They got the new lifeline. Yeah, bailouts. Thank you.
Yeah, and then interestingly, they found out they were sitting on all this cash they didn't realize.
Yeah,
out of the blue,
magically out of the blue, all the studios that have been like good loyal servants, they all suddenly found these massive cash reserves. Who would have thought?
It's like
Mr. Burns later. Yeah.
Like Mr. Burns, why wowould you look at this? Just this pile of money sitting here.
Yeah, they didn't see it until after they got bailout money.
It's funny. So that's amazing. And Darth C3RB3 Russ says for £5 British, I can't believe You had Dame Helen Mirren. That's quality. Congrats, so happy for you guys. Did she disavow Midnight's Edge within 4 seconds?
No, she was more like, "Hello, boys."
Yeah, I wasn't there. Otherwise, probably she would have. So, I mean, there you go.
She was surrounded by a couple of white schlubs, her husband, and a bunch of sexy Latinos. I think she was having fun.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, because he enjoyed it, I think that she did too, and everyone in the audience were gobsmacked. I know I was.
I know I was too.
The
Yeah,
back
I was
room.
just like, "Whoa, hello."
Because like I knew that that's Helen Mirren there in the background, but she was like walking around
She
there.
just
That
stuck
she
her
would
head
come
in
and
there
say hi.
first.
That's
Talk
That's
about
like
a
the
photo
most-
bomb, yeah.
yeah, epic stream bump. It's unbelievable. So yeah. And Jack Hudson says for $2 well, actually, he sends a $2 super sticker of a cute little doggy. And Stephen Otten says for $20. Thank you so much. Hail Midnight's Edge, Wrenches, and everyone in the chat. What happened on the live stream was like inviting someone to your home for dinner and they take a dump on your plate. Hollywood has disrespected us too many times. And Bishop Cruz says for $5, Tom, your Snyder hate is showing. Your CG comments are ridiculous. The hyperbole is just insane here. Well, I don't think that Tom is the biggest, worst example right there, but yeah, we'll see.
No, I think
We'll see
the
as we
parts
get
that I
into
picked
it.
out about the CGI were pretty valid.
Yeah. And Michael Dice says for $5, it's too long. At least there's a coherent story there. The last half is miles better than the Joss version. And Trenchman says, thank you for the kind words, Andre. Oh, you're welcome. And Bishop Cruz also says, did you guys complain back when you got widescreen VHS movies on old TVs and not the pan and scan versions? Or when
Never.
239:1 movies have black bars? I can answer that.
No, but
I always complained about pan and scan from the moment I was aware of it, that I wanted the black bars always.
I always hated the black bars. I always complained every time they were on there.
Yeah, no, I can.
What is this nonsense?
Complain.
I never complained, no, because I knew what it was about.
I needed the black bars because otherwise you're missing half the frame.
Yeah.
Exactly. So,
but back then I didn't know any
black
better.
Bars.
So
at the moment I realized I understood.
Yeah, you like your movies dubbed, Vader.
I don't read movies, man. Come on.
Yeah, I know you don't. You don't read periods.
The difference here, though, as I said, like the cinematographer obviously shot it a different way. And I mean, I get what Snyder's trying to do or wants to do or whatever, and that's fine, but it just it doesn't really make much sense in this world. I don't know. Yeah. If you're doing a big movie like this, the last thing you want to do is squish it down, it feels like. That's just me.
And you have to consider the fact that 99.9% of the audience is going to be watching it on their 16:9 TVs through streaming. Like Snyder knew this was a streaming exclusive. So why he chose to go this route for, an audience of maybe 20 people who are going to see it in its IMAX form, like, I just don't get it. It was an odd choice.
Yeah, and I mean, it'd be one thing, like, I know some people are like, well, just zoom in, which is fine. But if it's not set properly, which this isn't, because I tried zooming it in on certain times, and the way they usually crop these movies off when they're shot in 35 and then in an open map format and zoom in, they don't zoom in right on the center. They specifically pick a certain portion of the screen in near to the top, so they can do other crap at the bottom of the picture if they have to, put the mic there and other things. Like it's not even cropped properly. So unless you can scan up and down on your TV, then you're kind of stuck watching a center scan, which isn't proper.
Yeah, it's an odd choice.
Yeah. It's a completely baffling choice. Like I first thought that the whole movie was like framed for it, that the cinematographer had that in mind. But if that isn't the case, that kind of like so Tom, am I then right to understand that you'll actually have a better experience if you go to your TV settings and you press zoom so that it fills up the entire screen? Then you'll probably get closer to what you should have gotten.
If you can scan up a little bit, yes. Because as I was trying to say, because like I don't know where this came from, but I saw somebody make a diorama and they talked about a quote from the director saying they shot it in a 1:8:5 aspect ratio and it was meant to be cropped off at this point. But like I said, you have to be able to crop it off to where there's a little higher than lower. So it's kind of an odd scan to where if you just do it on a TV and it just zooms in, unless you have the opportunity to actually choose the portion of the screen you want to watch, if you can zoom in and scan up a little bit, then yeah.
So basically, the best way to watch it is then if you were to like procure a version of it in really, really high definition, and you go to an editing tool where you have the option of selecting a field of view of where to crop yourself, and then you crop it there, and then you have like a full screen version, and you'd probably have a far better and more authentic viewing experience that way than by watching the 4:3 version that we do have, or the IMAX version that we do have, which is ridiculous. Yeah, that's a really weird decision to make, I gotta say.
And the thing is I don't even think a lot of people are really that worried about it so much on the one side. It's just a lot of other people are just gonna be scratching their heads trying to figure it out. So like those who it doesn't bother already understand it. That's kind of, I think, going to be the main thing. And you know, it wasn't that huge of a deal, but it was just kind of like, I don't know. It just felt to me like it felt to me like everything was cramped.
Yeah, no, because I was all for it when I thought that this is how the whole movie had been framed. I thought that everything had been framed to be in IMAX, which again I'm still against. But if the whole thing had been framed and shot that way, that would be one thing. But if that is not the case, it changes it completely. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
But before we move on with any more super chats, I guess Matthew has to leave. At least Kadish does. I don't know about Vader.
No, I'm good for a little while.
Okay, so we'll have Matt Vader with us for a little bit longer, but Kadish has to leave. So thank you so much for hopping in. It's too bad we didn't get to the main topic yet.
But that's okay. Vader can.
Yeah, we'll get there right now as Matthew Kadish is leaving, which is unfortunate timing, but that's how it is.
Sorry, guys. But thanks for having me on. It's always a pleasure, Andre. It's good to talk to you again, Rob.
Yeah, always a pleasure.
As always, Tom.
It's all right. We need to get the Matt ratio down here a little bit. There's too many Matts.
Just a little bit. But everyone out there, we Matt Vader and I, we do a podcast, once a week, and every day we're putting out new content on our YouTube channel. So if you like to laugh and enjoy talking about movies and stuff like that, please go to saltynerdvideo.com. Takes you right to our YouTube channel. You can kind of see some of the stuff we're doing over there.
All right. Well, check that out, guys. And we will catch you soon, Matt. Take care.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for coming.
And we have caught up fairly well on the super chats. We still have many more to go through, and we'll get through the rest of them in due course. But for right now, let us go through the topic at hand. Tom, why don't you give us a very brief summary of events, although I don't think it's strictly necessary.
Yeah, unless you are completely unaware. Geeks and Gamers via Uche Waneri's channel were doing a charity stream yesterday. Or was it the day before now? I can't even remember. My days are getting so melded together. Anyway, they had Zack Snyder on the stream. And
I think it was Wednesday night.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
that's what I thought. Okay, so this happened the night before. Yeah, we need a cat cam, says Matt Vader in the private chat. Well, let me just get into what the rap says happened. How about that? The rap says that Zack Snyder rips alt-right YouTube channel Geeks and Gamers on Justice League live stream. Zack Snyder's Justice League has finally seen the light of day on HBO, but that's not the only way Zack Snyder made waves Wednesday night. On a charity stream celebrating the launch of the Snyder Cut, the director slammed the alt-right YouTube channel, Geeks and Gamers, which had been vocal part of the release the Snyder Cut crowd. It was a bit of surprising thing for Snyder to say because the stream he was on was hosted by Uche and Jeremy, a Geeks and Gamers contributor. Just a quick thing before we get started, Snyder said as he was introduced about an hour into the live stream. I know that our donation page, we still have the Geeks and Gamers logo. I just wanted to say that we talked about this and we're really not associated with Geeks and Gamers as far as I'm concerned. I really want to make that clear. For those not familiar with Geeks and Gamers, there's the sort of YouTube channel that posts videos with Fox News-esque toxic right.
What? Oh my god!
Like Lucasfilm keeps disrespecting Gina Carano. How is that?
They just make
I
this.
Can't even take this shit seriously.
What?
Like, of course, then they leave off the other part of what he said because he then okay. Now here's where I got to actually do their job for them, because right after his first announcement, he jumps right into an announcement where he condemns the tragedy that happened at the spas, the shooting that occurred. And again, it isn't so much that he brought it up and condemned it. It was the fact that he brought it up right after this, almost like conflating it. It would be like me saying, Matt Vader is not associated with Midnight's Edge, but I also condemn murder. It's like, if I'm not a little more clear on that.
Hey guys, thank you for having me on the show. But I just want to say I am not affiliated with Geeks and Gamers, and I am against hate.
Yeah, it's just the conflation there. But again, I don't want to get into too much about what Zach said so much.
Yeah,
because I don't want to speak for him. I don't want to really I don't want to get into like a bunch of, he may have meant this. He might have been told this. He might have been told that. He maybe meant to say this. Because then I don't know. I don't know. And Andre, as one of our super chats brought up as far as the clarification, do you even think we'll ever get a clarification on that?
I don't think so, because the only thing I'm going to say about like that particular thing is, it is my opinion that he showed up late because he was forced to make these two statements. I think this is just my opinion.
Well, I don't know if he was really
although I have heard people indicate this is what happened, that he was made to say these things. That's why he was late. He knew he had people watching, that they were demanding of him, you are to make these statements within the first 60 seconds or else what, I do not know. But any kind of a retraction? No, I think that the same people that made him say it are very happy with the results. And they're going to be like, no, you're not going to go and retract anything. We are very happy with the narrative that these people are horrible, horrible, toxic people. That's like the going narrative in Hollywood. We're not going to do anything to rock with that. You see like how they instantly latched onto this narrative that everyone there wants to use anyway, completely ignoring all of the good that Geeks and Gamers does, completely ignoring how diverse that community is, both in panel, opinion, thought, everything, and how much money they have raised for charity. Not just on behalf of Zack Snyder and the Snyder Cut, but also with Gina Carano. They've raised how many hundreds of thousands of dollars for charity. I mean, they're doing amazing. And in terms of like just leadership and everything like that, I mean, Lucasfilm should be lucky to have someone as Jeremy taking the reins there. So they're really, really just going in with a narrative that does not stand up to scrutiny, as we can see, but that's the narrative that many want out there. So I don't think that will be allowed to make clarification.
If I may, Andre,
go for it.
Since they were connecting some dots, I'm looking at the Wraps About us page. The Rap News Inc. leading digital platform. Okay, blah blah. Founded by award-winning journalist Sharon Waxman, comprised of award-winning industry analysis. The Rap has won multiple awards for its journalism, including Best Website 2018, LA Press SoCal Club Awards, Best Journal. They also won actually a few women's award about women's journalism, National Endowment Entertainment Journalism, but it's backed by a company called Maveron. Now, Maveron is owned by two guys, Dan Levitin and Howard S. Schultz. Now, if you don't recognize that name, Howard Schultz, he owns Starbucks. And this is a guy who still has aspirations of running for president at some point. So take that as you will, but there is some dots. There are a few dots to connect here, and they're very philanthropic. Women's issues, very philanthropic of various organizations. So, this,
Well, I think that's the bigger deal here. Is the Rap is basically the way they're framing this entire thing, and the fact that they consistently use the term that I don't want to say too many times.
There is a narrative that they are
exactly. It's all about
pushing a false narrative.
And
it's the narrative that geeks and gamers at large and fans in general are.
Rap events is Rap events, a series of high-profile gatherings throughout leaders, including Power Women Breakfast and Summit, Oscar season screenings of The Grill, Executive Leadership Conference centered on convergence, entertainment industry, media, and technology. So these are people that have their own political bent. They do this.
Yeah, of course. But you see this. There's a narrative right here. So yeah, of course it is, and we know this.
This is just like the Disney thing. That's what I was trying to say. It's all about thing is bad.
All about the narrative.
Say thing is bad forever and ever and ever, and then as soon as you find somebody you don't like, say they like said bad thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's also the thing: follow the money, right? Follow the money.
Well, always follow the money.
In some cases, yeah, but this is more about just destroying people that you don't agree with.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that's why I say it goes beyond what Zach said, and I don't even want to get into like the part of what he said, because let's be real, we know who Jeremy is. We know almost everybody who was on that stream. We support nearly everybody who's on the stream that we obviously know on the stream. I know Jeremy pretty much almost personally, obviously, so like, I don't think any of these things about him. I know all these things about him aren't true, and his crew. And if you know anything about his
ridiculous
crew,
mares.
Yeah, they have very extremely different points of view. Not to mention just the diversity within the group itself. So it's ridiculous. It's just like when somebody tries to paint Midnight's Edge with a broad brush, and it's like, well, first of all, we're made up of 3 different guys plus. Other people like Paulie and other people who help us out and work with the channel. And welcome, Paulie, speaking of.
Welcome. Thank you. Hello.
And so, like, it's funny when they try to paint us with a broad brush, and it's like, well, Andre's not even from America. And Rob and I are 2 other individuals, too, who have different beliefs and, stuff like that. So to just kind of do that is just kind of, I don't know, because we just try to be as objective as we can in our reporting, unless it's a review. Or we're giving our opinion on something that's a little different. But even then, we try to keep our personal politics out of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, as one does and as one absolutely should.
Yeah. Yesterday when we were getting ready for the show, and hey, Matt Vader, how are you?
I'm good, sir.
Well, you can call me Paulie. Sir's my dad.
Sir, they do that to me too. Okay.
We were getting ready for this stream, which was, with Hollywood people, directors, writers, actors, Ben Brad, blah 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 blah. And in the chat, where people were like, I hope the blood in, blood out people don't do a Snyder on. I'm like, that's not going to happen, and it was actually the opposite. So I think we need to, keep this, keep it, kind of like perspective, case by case, because to say all of Hollywood, this is and that, Mrs. Slant's an actor, I have a lot of, so I just have a lot of personal insight, but, there's no way around it. That was a sucker punch, no pun intended, that that Snyder did, and it hurts. It sucks, and it's also too. These are our friends, and that sucks. Whether I don't necessarily agree, or that's not even the point, right? Is this we don't all have to agree on everything, and yet we're still respectful and we're still friends.
I mean,
well, yeah, and I think the bigger problem is the narrative that's being spun beyond this.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what we got. Yeah.
Could Zack Snyder have handled it better? Yes, absolutely. And I think that's the big issue here. I mean, listen, I mean, this could have all been done quietly. It could have been done quietly. You couldn't have drawn attention to it. But
well, actually, if he is asked by Warner specifically that you have to disavow yourself and our brand from these people, and actually it can't be done quietly.
Yeah,
then it's a matter: does he show up on the stream or doesn't he? And it may have been better if he had just excused himself. Something came up and he can't join the stream. That would have been the better course of action, honestly.
Yeah, I just think it's funny, the whole thing. And again, I don't want to get into it all. I mean, obviously somebody said something, or they wouldn't have had to have said something. And again, I don't even know if that so much was the problem, was, just jumping into another topic altogether without any context. And then, again, a lot of people are like, well, they should have said this, they should have said that. Look, I'll tell you from a point of view of a YouTuber, going from Uche or Jeremy or anybody's point of view that was on the stream. I mean, I can't really speak for them, but I can tell you as a YouTuber, when somebody puts you in a spot like that and you're not exactly sure how to respond, I think they handled it the best way they could at the time.
Oh, they absolutely did. And again, I would like to just extend my congratulations to Jeremy and to his entire team that was there for their professional conduct, and in particular to Jeremy himself. You can see in his videos, this was really rough on him. He has worked really hard on the charities, and he's not that big of a fan of what Snyder is doing. He's very open about that. But he's a big fan of the charities and the good things that can be done with it. He's put a lot of work and a lot of time into it, and something that's not going to benefit him financially, just does it out of the goodness of his heart. And that's the reward that he gets, to be publicly disavowed and then smeared. And that's absolutely disgusting. And kudos to him for being the strong leader and manager that he is, to take control of the ship the way that he does in stormy weathers. And there are many, many studio executives in Hollywood and in many other businesses that wouldn't have been able to do what he does and hold it together as well as he had. Again, as I said before, Lucasfilm would be lucky to have someone like him in charge.
I've always been in awe of Jeremy's ability to rally his people together when something needs to get done. Whether it's building a house for orphans and, like for 3PO or any of their things that they've raised money for. It's like Jeremy just goes, hey, people, let's get this done. And boom, it gets done. It's a really crazy community, and I'm in awe of it sometimes. So for them to get shit on like they did the other night.
Well, and I haven't talked to anybody.
It's crazy.
I haven't talked to anybody that was there yet. So again, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds on either part of it. And Uche, you're in the chat right now. He says a lot of incorrect sentiments about the situation, but trust me, clarification is coming soon. Many things people are saying and colluding is not on point. I'll just say it. Well, and that's why I don't want to, Uche, jump to any certain conclusions. And that's where I've been saying this whole time. I don't even want to really get into so much what Zach said, as I think the bigger issue is more so the fact that the spin that's coming out of this, especially in the rap story, which is the main focal point right now. And yeah, so I haven't talked to Uche or any of the guys since then. So again, as I was about to say, is I don't want to pretend to know anything what they feel or how they want to handle it or anything like that going forward. As far as Zach saying anything publicly, that's on him and whoever allows him.
I think that he's only allowed to say so much by Warner. But we'll see. Maybe it's me. But I honestly would be surprised if some kind of clarification is coming. I can only imagine that the people at Warner, not AT&T. Remember, AT&T are the ones behind the Snyder Cut. Warner never wanted it to happen. Warner wants it to fail and go down in flames. And I think that Warner are super happy about this conversation right now. So I don't think that they'll be too fond of Zach clarifying anything. But we shall see what happens. And again, we're not going to go comment too much before we have all the details, which we don't. We have what happens, and even there, I think I can see that there are things going on behind the scenes there, that someone's hands may have been forced.
Yeah.
I mean, if I could just say that, for me, when, as far as when this has happened, as far as a misunderstanding or a friend turning their back on me or, whatever I've encountered, for me, just how I respond is the most important thing. Like, all right, like if I was Geeks and Gamers, just kind of step up on showing, what a wonderful community they are. Show the charitable arm that they.
Well,
do,
that's the big thing is that's getting overshadowed now is how much money was raised and what the actual charity was. What they were all there for was the fact that it was to raise money for the charity and all that kind of stuff. That's the sad part, is that it all takes away attention from that.
Sure.
And again, like I was saying before, like the big problem we have here now is beyond what happened is the spin that the rap is using is clearly
that's the disgusting thing here.
Yeah.
Because this is a real attack on Jeremy, and it's completely fabricated. Like, anyone in our community will instantly recognize that this is just a smear. But to everyone else who is not part of our community, the worry is that that's just going to further paint the narrative that Geeks and Gamers and Jeremy are just horrible, horrible, nasty people with the wrong opinions, and they must be cancelled for it, and completely ignore all of the good. I mean, just look at that. Just look at that disgusting headline. I mean, like that's pure propaganda 101. I mean, like the writer of 1984 couldn't have prescribed a better recipe for how to create disinformation than that.
That's crazy.
Well, and then just going off that idea of it's not just Geeks and Gamers, but you can say it's the greater community, that this is just an opening that people like the rap are going for. So it's really important to be united, and not to really have conflict with each other, or how someone presented something. These guys all went on line afterwards all night, and then some part of the yesterday, trying to make sense of it all and trying to explain, and and that's just the best we can do is like Stephanie said in the chat, is listen and see how we can help and be supportive, and just keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's my main thing, is I'm very supportive of Geeks and Gamers, obviously, and Jeremy behind him 110%. And the crew over there, obviously, I got nothing but love for the team. And we all know this is absolute bullshit that the rap is putting out there, and it's not even close to real, and it's just setting up a narrative.
Yeah. That's a pure hate piece right there. It's garbage.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, it is. Also, I also think that Uche was put in something of an impossible no-win situation. So,
it was one thing. I'm sure. Okay, and Uche may be coming in here to clarify some of these things, but the one thing I got to say is it's one thing that, okay, I'm sure everybody knew that they were probably going to say something about, you know, the charity and how, you know, Warner Brothers isn't associated with Geeks and Gamers in some way. And then he jumped to the other thing, and jumping to the other thing right away without any context or clarification in between is what I think.
Yeah, that was the big foot in the mouth from his point of view. But I honestly think that was a foot in the mouth, that he may not be very accustomed to speaking in public. It's not like he's a professional blogger or anything like that, or
right. Well,
YouTuber.
as it's been pointed out to me from people who are, you know, on the inside of Hollywood, like any celebrity will use an opportunity like these kind of platforms to automatically go and say something about a recent tragedy, you know, for whatever reason. And that could just have been the case. But again, I don't want to speculate too much on that part, like I said. So it's just a matter of how it was done more than what was said. On the latter part, anyway.
Yeah. But yeah, it's an unfortunate situation all around. And like there's a tactic called divide and conquer. And like this is something that's like dividing. And that's really unfortunate in this very diverse, beautiful community where everyone is united by what we love, regardless of everything else that otherwise might bring people apart. And then we have this, which is like regrettable because it casts shade on the Shadow Tea and on the entire release of the Snyder Cut, which is something that everyone should celebrate because it truly is a victory for the fans everywhere. It really, really is. And I am of the opinion still that it's important that the Snyder Cut succeeds, because that's just like the Sonic thing, going to send a message that if you listen to the fans, you treat the fans with respect, then they are going to reward you for it. No, the product may still have like its issues and stuff like that, but just the act of listening, giving in, instead of just disparaging anyone who wanted the Snyder Cut. And I think that we can all agree on that the Snyder Cut, regardless of, I haven't even seen the whole thing, but based on what I have seen, it's vastly superior to the studio mandated cut. And the people who are laughing at all of like this discontent right now are the same people that suppressed the Snyder Cut for years. They are ecstatic about this, that we're talking about this right now. 487 Sean Tower says, I disagree with you guys. I believe this was intentional on Zack's part and virtue signaling. Huge like for freedom of thought and discussion. Yes, absolutely. But again, the thing that I have is like, I think that he is smart enough to realize that in that case, it would have been better not to come on the stream in the first place.
Yeah, and again, like I said, it wasn't so much like, I mean, I would have no issue if like we were running some kind of charity stream and we were dealing with a celebrity and he's like, hey, look, you know, the studio, they just want to be clear that, you know, that you're not in any way, shape, or form a promotional part of the movie or this or that. We want to make sure there's a separation. So if I have to say this ahead of time, this is what it means. That's fine. It was just jumping into the subject right away. Like that was the part, because like even if he fumbled the ball coming in with how he was trying to say the first part, it was that latter. It was jumping to that other bit right away that gave the rap the fuel for this article right here, basically. Yeah. And again, it's just again, this is the part that bothers me, is the media using this spin. Like I said, it says make thing bad, then say these people are said thing or like said thing, and then attack. And welcome, Uche. And this has been a hell of a couple days for you, I imagine.
What's going on, Uche?
Yeah. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, it's been crazy, right? It's been crazy. This was supposed to be we should all have been celebrating right now.
Exactly,
Yeah, I mean,
and that's what I think is so tragic with this. This should have been a beautiful, uniting thing. And that's what I still hope that this can be in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's bittersweet a little bit just because of the way things have kind of been spun, in my opinion. But look, at the end of the day, clarification is coming. We just need to understand that, first off, the statement that Zach made, separating or distancing from Geeks and Gamers, is not something that was done to spite Geeks and Gamers or to throw shade at them. The stream itself, the initial contacting with Zack Snyder himself, and setting, having the event, creating the event itself was with me solely. That was where it started. I brought in Ryan Kennel, I brought in Lethal. Jeremy provided support with the community. Obviously we're part of the Geeks, we're part of the Geeks and Gamers crew, but this event was my event. And in that, when the initial thumbnails and stuff like that were put out there, we had the Geeks and Gamers logo on there. Well, that was an issue because that's not what we had agreed to in talking with Zach. So, obviously there's going to be there was pushback on that also from Warner Media, and Zach went to bat for all of us and the event itself. He went to bat for the community and for the fans to have this event take place. He could have easily dropped it right then, canceled everything we were doing, and this is like 2 weeks ago. Not even, talking about the 17th. Just 2 weeks ago. So, he's gone to bat to make to push for that event to happen. That Jeremy knows that, Lethal knows that, Ryan knows that, because we were all on calls with him when he was updating us on the situation. And the stipulations that were made were agreed to, and it's my fault that I didn't pay attention to that detail with the auction website, because that's what it boiled down to. The auction website had Geeks and Gamers logo at the bottom, and that became apparent to them about 10 minutes before Zach was supposed to come on the stream. Really no, more like 15 minutes, 20 minutes before Zach was supposed to come on the stream. So I actually kind of stepped out of the stream for about 10 minutes, trying to, get that handled. And, because that was there, Zach was required to make a statement, much like when you watch a late night infomercial that's like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour long. And before it starts, there's a statement saying that this infomercial is not associated with the network itself, blah, 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 that type of thing. He had to do that.
And he was required to do this by Warner, correct?
Yeah, he's required to do that because the stream was a stream with me.
Now I have a quick question.
As far as they were concerned.
Going back to something you said before, you said there's a clarification forthcoming. Now, is that something that is coming from Zach himself, or you're just saying that because you think there is?
That's coming from from me speaking with Zach. That's what we're going to have a conversation to get the clarification out.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to be clear for everybody out there who was listening too. So you are going to talk to Zach again about this then, you're saying?
Yeah, there's going to be, I'm going to be talking with Zach again. There's going to be clarification.
Okay.
That's going to be made.
All right. I just want to be clear about that because the other part, I can't comment on, I wasn't there. And I said that before you even came in, that's one thing I don't want to sit there and speculate too much on was what he said. And, it was more so just what was presented there. And then what the rap was running with now. Because before that, I mean, I imagine you guys knew he was going to like, and you just kind of basically clarified that you kind of knew there was some situation with the Geeks and Gamers logo, and you knew as he was coming on, he was going to say something about it.
He told me he was going to have to say, he was going to have to say something about
right.
it at the beginning.
But then him jumping to that next bit, though, I think it was where things kind of went off the rails. I think.
Yeah, things went off the rails with the second statement that he made, which was not associated in any way with the first statement that he made. The second statement that he made was a statement that they were making in every media platform that they were appearing on as part of the premiere event and the premiere, this premiere, the days of the premiering of this, because of the attacks and the situation in Atlanta where I live. I know exactly where all those things happen because it's right down the street from one of my businesses. So I knew exactly what he was talking about when he went into that, because that is the biggest thing going on in the city of Atlanta here right now in the city. So and if you go check out the red carpet premiere, Kevin Smith says the exact same statement that Zach said before they even start the premiere. It's the same statement. So it was not that he was throwing shade. He was doing this. If that logo wasn't on the auction website, he would have never said a word about Geeks and Gamers, and he would have still said that statement before he started.
I definitely could see that. It just he blended just from what I saw.
Worded badly because Zach is not a public speaking kind of guy.
Correct. And he was already kind of like, just from what I saw, Uche, was just it kind of ran one thought into the other. So it was like connecting, Geeks and Gamers. I was like, what? But I see your point, and that's obviously like such a crazy connection. Like, how could you ever connect G&G with that? It's
exactly. Like, that's and look, that's kind of that's the sentiment that's a sentiment from the source. How can you conflate or connect those two statements when they're separate? Regardless of whether it's worded or not, he's clearly talking about a specific situation in the second statement. It's not anything that he connects to G&G to Geeks and Gamers.
And the sad part of it is, as I was saying before, that beyond what happened before the stream, during the stream, after the stream part is the more bigger part. And that is more so the fact that, like I said, the rap is using this.
Oh, absolutely.
As ammunition.
This is ridiculous.
Regardless of what actually went down per se to a point, because now until Snyder does actually come out and say anything one way or the other, this is the narrative they're going to run with. But do we think that even after that, that's going to make a difference, I guess, is the bigger question here, Andre. I mean,
I don't think it's going to make any difference. You know how this is how the MSN operates. They throw out a huge accusation, and if they do a retraction at all, which doesn't necessarily have to happen, it's going to come later. It's going to be really minuscule, and it's not going to correct anything because the first impression is going to stick. And the narrative with this is that Geeks and Gamers is alt-right. That's the narrative that is out there, and that is what's going to continue to be fed in. And even if the rap is going to publish some minor kind of like update, Zack Snyder came out and he said this and that, it's not going to change anything. They want
that's unfortunate. You know what I mean? And he's been made aware of this situation in particular. So
yeah, I imagine that Zack isn't too happy about.
He's not happy about his words being misconstrued by both sides. I'll tell you that.
Language, man, is especially when you're making a live statement. No matter how eloquent you might think you are, you're a writer. You talk to, you deal with actors and personalities. When you're in the moment, when you're in the moment, Uche, it's so easy to trip on your own words, so yeah.
Yeah, no, of course. And I mean, this isn't a guy who's a public speaker. Like, he's a director for movies. Like, think of the circumstances. He's ready to come on to this and come on to our charity stream. We've been working with him on this for a month, and he's ready to have a good time and enjoy and celebrate with us. And 20 minutes before he's supposed to go on, now he's thrown all of this stuff that he has to handle, and he has to call me, and now everything is much more like and much more tense than it needs to be. And for somebody like him, I'm sure that could have made him feel like stressed. I mean, I was stressed in that moment myself, trying to get the situation handled before he came on. That's a stressful thing. So, I mean, for somebody who's not a public speaker in the sense where, they will be able to easily come on and just, say these two statements in a fashion where it's absolutely with that 100% clear that there's a difference in where he's talking about on one end and the other. Yeah, things can get a little bit hairy unintentionally. And, look, again, if the logo's not on the auction website, that's never said. So, but if he says the second statement and it's just the second statement, is that going to be twisted up and misconstrued? And then people are saying, well, why did you say that? People, come on, you got to kind of use your brain on this one. There's a statement that HBO Max put out before any of these things, and that was something that they wanted to be expressed in every platform that their people appeared on leading up to the release of the movie, to bring awareness to it, not to throw shade in any way at anybody. So, people are going, if you want to hear it is one way, then that's on you. That really is on you if you hear it as a certain type of shade. But it's tough. It's tough for everybody. I mean, we all were kind of, thrown off by it. I knew it was coming, that he was going to have to say something about Geeks and Gamers. I tried to convey that information before he got on to my guys. Jeremy got it. Ryan and Lethal did not. They didn't see it. So they had no clue that he was going to say anything of that nature. I didn't know that he was going to, go into the situation here in Atlanta. But as soon as he started to speak about it, I understood what he was talking about. That's why I followed it up by saying something about that as well, for people who, have watched or need any more context to be added to that. But, I can understand where there is some confusion. I can understand, that people might want clarification, but I don't understand people running with this as if there's some kind of shilling or grand scheme going on. Like, we the thing is, we know Zach a little bit, and that's just not the case. I mean, it's just it is what it is. People are going to think what they want, but at the end of the day, we raise a ton of money, and that's what matters to me more than anything anybody thinks, because it's a cause that's close to his heart, and it's close to mine as well. And most people, a lot of people have dealt with those things or know people who have had to deal with those things. So I think that needs to be understood.
And that is truly admirable on everyone involved. And as I said before, both you, Geeks and Gamers, and even Zach himself for supporting the causes, and everyone else that have come out of the community to really go that extra mile for a noble cause like that is something astounding. At the same time, though, I absolutely can see why the how his statement was received, because I get that he is not accustomed to public speaking in the way that we is, and from his point of view, and this has been my thought as well, that it was separate statements, but them being linked together like that came off in a really unfortunate way. And it's a way where I have to say, though, because I disagree with you a little bit, Uche, in that if you find something bad in it, that's on you. On the contrary, I would say that although Zack Snyder obviously probably didn't mean anything bad by it, that he had to make these statements, just a way that them being connected the way they are, I would say that you actually have to think about it to see, all right, these are actually two unrelated statements, because the way that it was presented, that's the natural conclusion. And that's kind of like what we're seeing the rap try to go with here and jumping on. So that is like the default take, unless you have like inside information, or you were there and you have spoken with Zach and you know the details. So I'm not going to fault anyone for feeling the way they do, but I would urge everyone to focus on the bigger picture, that this is something truly special with the whole Snyder Cut in itself and the charity surrounding it. That this is something that hasn't really happened before, not like this. AT&T did what Warner didn't, what no Hollywood studio did, and actually listened to the fans. Yes, from their own self-interest, but they still did it. And I hope that people will keep that in mind, although it's only natural to react as many have done, is my take on that.
You know, and there's a lot of people who feel like that donated and they feel disrespected, and stuff like that, which is understandable too.
Very understandable. I mean, especially from Jeremy's point of view, because they've really, and Jeremy was aware, but like you could like see in his video from earlier today, like this took a huge toll on him, and he is not even like that involved with Snyder's vision to begin with, but like others on his team that have been really behind it the whole time, and then they are there on the stream with the man himself, and through a set of unfortunate events, it's going to emotionally feel like they get a slap in their face for their trouble and for their fandom and support.
Now, I totally understand where there is people where people feel like this was disrespectful to them. Look, in a way, I can understand that, but in a way, you know, I feel like if you calm your emotions down and think about it, look, I was super pissed because I didn't want any of this to really come down like this, because I knew why things were, you know, I knew what was going on. I actually know, like, I know what's going on and why it's going on. So, you know, I can understand where people's frustrations and people's anger is coming from. But, you know, if you believe that there can be misunderstandings, then this is clearly one of those cases where there's a misunderstanding. You know, there is no animosity from Zach towards anybody. And at the same rate, you know, like I said, I went to Zach and I said, look, I wanted to get clarification for the fans, for the community, because they did a lot in raising money. Before he came on the stream, we were already at 60,000. You know, we all hyped this thing up. We all like got behind you. I mean, I've been a diehard, you know, Snyder Cut, Snyder Universe, Snyder DCU fan from day one. You know, it's not easy for anybody right now. Jeremy's going through the same kind of stress that I'm going through, because this was not what we envisioned, and it took all of 5-10 seconds for it to turn into something completely different. My focus in the moment during the stream was to keep the focus on what we were doing. I'm not going to get into an argument with somebody and derail the entire stream because of that statement, which obviously has been taken how it's been taken. You know, my focus was on the charity, raising money, and, you know, staying professional in how we handle this. Like, don't go off the rails. And that's why, you know, for me, it's a little bit disconcerting to hear people say, well, why didn't you check him or do this or that? Okay, yeah. Why didn't I check Zack Snyder right there over what he said when I understood what he was saying? There was nothing for me to check in that regard. Now, as in the aftermath, we can deal with that. But as it was during the stream, I just didn't see it the way that people that you know, a lot of people felt it, you know, how they felt that he was coming off. But even if I did, I still wouldn't have turned it into an argument, or taken the focus off of the event itself, because there's a lot of people that were brought in here for a certain reason. Why am I going to risk putting all of that in jeopardy? Quite frankly, because people's feelings got hurt. I just like, I'm a professional. That's been my life. I'm not going to do that.
And also, yeah, like when you're suddenly put on the spot right there in that moment, and the stakes, how many people are watching. I guess it's probably not easy to decide. Okay, how the crap do we handle this? And you made the choice, focusing on the stream and the charity.
Yeah, exactly. That was my focus. I mean, I had a pit in my stomach as well, because I felt like, looking at, Ryan and Lethal and their reactions had become frozen at that moment, and then peeking at the chat and seeing that the chat is going wild. Like, what is he saying? What is he saying? Yeah, I understood all that. But in that moment, like, I have to stay focused, because, there was already an awkward little silence there. And there needed to be, the stream needed to keep moving. Like, I needed to keep things moving. Like, I couldn't just go into a tangent, or, it's really a matter of, for me, do I want to, really put this whole thing into a tailspin, or do we need to stay the course and make sure that we, do what we can to raise as much money as we can, and to continue to just, play this thing out, and then, handle the situation afterwards, and try and, see where we go from there. But, there's clarification coming. It's just really a matter of, right now, I think there's just a ton of spin going on that really is not helping at all. I mean, the rap, that's a terrible article that they put out there. Absolutely terrible.
Yeah, that's a pure hit piece and nothing else. That's someone that was biased against our entire extended community in general, Jeremy and Geeks and Gamers in particular. And they saw an opportunity to pounce, and they did.
Exactly.
That's what I think about that.
Well,
unfortunately, that's going to be that's not going to change. Like, that's going to be with them. So yeah, that's most unfortunate.
Unfortunately, it did kill the momentum of the stream at the time, and it seems like the bigger problem now is already happening. Like, that's the thing. And with the rap and all that kind of crap out there, and the fact that it's gone to this point, I really don't know what can be done to fix it all. And I donated just along with everybody else, and it's not because I got behind the film so much as I just got behind the cause. And that's the worst part of the whole damn thing, is that the cause is completely overshadowed by all this shit.
Exactly. Now, if I would have interrupted that stream and got into any kind of like checking, quote unquote, of Zack Snyder, what would that have done to the stream? What if Zack is like, well, what if Zack is offended because he doesn't understand what I'm actually like saying, and then now him and the people who came on after him, or Ray Porter, Joe Manganiello, now those people decide they're not coming in, because of a complete misunderstanding. Like, it was a lose-lose for me. I understand that people are going to be mad at me. People are going to be, mad that I didn't do this or that. I'm fine. I'm fine with that. I get that. I don't have any ill will towards people who think that I should have done something and I didn't. I don't have no ill will about that. But I know what, in those situations, when it's something unexpectedly kind of interjects itself into an environment, you got to be able to keep your poise and keep moving. It was that's just the way I saw it. Just keep the stream going. Let's continue to keep the focus on the money. Afterwards, we can talk about other things.
Well,
and again, Zack, multiple times even after that, thanked the fans. He thanked the fans. He thanked the people who were donating. He did that. There's nothing being said about that. in all of this, but that's just how it is. I'm not mad at people for feeling any certain way about it. I just know that, I know that the fact of the matter is it's a misunderstanding. That's really what it boils down to.
Well, pending any clarification, there isn't much we can really do at this point. Hopefully that's forthcoming and it does help, but I'm not so sure that's the case anymore. Because in this media-ridden world where it's, report first, believe the first thing you hear.
Well,
like
like I said before, I wanted to get clarification for the fans in the community because a lot of people donated money. A lot of people, supported his movement. And that's really, for me, that's what is most important, to get clarification for the people who showed their support.
I agree with you completely. And maybe Tom is right that the damage is done and can't be like put back in the bottle. However, that being said, it definitely won't be fixable if one doesn't try. And I wouldn't necessarily expect Warner to allow some kind of statement. But if there is a clarification, then I would welcome it. And I hope that it would be clear enough to that the rap would be forced to make some kind of a retraction, which of course, the MSN being what they are, isn't going to be anything head or center, but as a symbolic measure and for the community, I think it actually is important with a full clarification, because otherwise that's going to be something that people in the extended Geeks and Gamers community are always going to remember with the Snyder Cut, that was the time when. And I think it's important to clarify that as soon as possible, that this was something completely unintended, unfortunate. Yeah, like usually I feel like never apologize unless you actually have done something to hurt people's feelings, for lack of a better word. But here, many people were very emotionally attached, and it's not just Jeremy and his team. It is every entire community that felt slapped in the face in a big way. And that clarification.
Let's do what you guys out there are saying. Let's get in some super chats here. Let's
get in some super chats here. Indeed. Now we have quite a few to get through. I'm gonna do something unusual and do them actually in the order of the most recent, because they are the ones that are going to be on topic of what we're talking about right now. We may even be able to bring some of them up on screen for a change. Dark Shadow 302 just sent us a $2 donation, so thanks so much for that. And before then,
they also sent a couple more before that too. So I don't know if you're trying to say anything, Dark Shadow, and it's just not going through. Let me know in the chat, and I'll bring it up if you are.
And Brother Davy Sancti says, until Zach comes and personally clarifies, I'm taking what he said at face value. It only goes to illustrate the need for clarifications. Then we have Swinging Cod says for $10, until Zach says publicly that he wasn't linking Geeks and Gamers to hate. I don't care what he tells you in private. I think he was told to say both those things together, and that he had to do the stream. Hit job. Then Richard Dangler says for $10, Uche, all you had to do was respectfully say Geeks and Gamers Plus audience also did not condone the event that occurred in Atlanta. Instead, you and Geeks and Gamers let it happen, and now the media is piling on. Easily avoidable. You know what? I just want to throw in real quickly. It's very easy to say, with the benefit of hindsight, So that is what should have been done. That's Uche, like if you could have gone back in time, because at the time you were there on the spot, and that like mental faculties kind of like freeze a little bit. That's only natural. But if you now, with the benefit of hindsight, could have gone back in time and done things different, what would you have done?
I would have clarified that second statement was specifically speaking about the events in Atlanta. I mean, I related to him into it. I said, yeah, I can relate to what you're saying because I got two daughters who are half Asian, but I would have added on to that, the events that happened in Atlanta are not condoned by anybody. I don't think any of us want to see people get hurt for any reason that's malicious, whether it's, somebody getting held up at a grocery store or, somebody getting killed at a massage parlor. I think that would have probably given more in way of showing people and conveying that this is actually a different topic that we're talking about, not, the first just generic disclaimer about the association of the event to Geeks and Gamers. I think that would have helped. I just kind of related on that one point, but didn't clarify that he was talking about an event that happened, and this is separately a subject we're speaking on. I think that would have given more in way of, just kind of confirming that we're not talking about, this is something that we're talking about as a separate, issue, not, what he said at the beginning when he came on. And I think when you say that speaks for everyone on the stream and for everyone in the chat. You know what I mean?
I agree. I think that if that clarification had come instantly, like, just to clarify, those are two different things, right, Zach? Again, it's like you can't go back in time, but I think that probably would have diffused everything if you had were like, oh yeah, of course. I'm not saying that you guys, but I think that would have changed everything there. And the final one I can bring up on screen is Mr. Trickletrunk says, my favorite part of this anti-establishment community is that there's people who are for and people who are against, and 99% of you are acting like adults. Indeed, I'm so proud of the community that we have here. Sometimes emotions flare, but that's the beauty with being a community. You don't always have to agree. And then Darth, I'm just going to say Cerebrus right now, says for £50, thank you so much. I don't need an apology. I just ask that people own they shit and don't make excuses. I don't care if the Queen insults me on stream. Midnight said should have my back. I put my money where my mouth is. I support the creators like they should go to bat for me. Indeed, and thank you for your support and donation. We really appreciate that. And then we had G. Oscar Farlat says for $10, chat, you guys need to chill. Even Geeks and Gamers is saying Uche isn't to blame for this. It's a crappy situation that we need to calmly assess. I think we are caught up on like newer ones, but we have oh no, I take that back again. Mr. Poe says Snyder is a storyteller. Of course, he knew one statement would be associated with the other in that context. He also said, as far as I'm concerned.
He said, as far as I'm concerned, that was to wrap up his first statement. He said, just so everybody knows, because the charity auction website, we're not associated with Geeks and Gamers as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. And also, I will say that being a storyteller and being an orator are two very different things. I know that one of my country's exports in terms of literature, Ibsen, that some of you may have heard about. Great storyteller. Terrible,
Johann.
terrible.
Yeah,
that's the one. Henrik.
Heinrich Johann Ibsen. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Henrik, actually, but yeah, close enough.
Sorry.
No. I'm impressed.
I studied him in college.
Yeah, Buddy Ibsen, Barnaby Jones, loved him.
Yeah.
Loved that series.
Loved him.
Oh, great series in the 70s.
In any event, he was a great storyteller and a horrible orator that couldn't express himself in public if his life depended on it. Honestly, I'm not so sure that Snyder was aware. But again, I'm not going to explain anything for him, but just things to keep in mind. And then going back to some of the older super chats, then we have Taker610 says, "Why was Zack even needed? Now we know better." That 70s rock fan says, "I am unemployed. I can ill afford it, but I donated. Snyder then spat on me. No amount of clarification can change that. Snyder made a fool of me." Swinging Cod says, "Until Zack says publicly that he wasn't linking Geeks and Gamers to hate, I don't care what he tells you in private. I think he was told to say both things to the other, and he had to do the stream hit job." Yeah, we had this one. And then we have the two from Dark Shadow, and then HBG3 says, "A Hollywood director came on a stream with Geeks and Gamers members and labeled them as hate group. It's as simple as that, period. Stop shilling for this fraud." And then Johnny Left Hand says, "Andre, you are wrong. To support the Snyder Cut is to support Warner. Boycott or you are a Team Snyder shill. He has made it clear he doesn't support this group. So why ask us to support him? Why?" Well, I will just answer that real quickly. Because Warner hates Zack Snyder. They hate the Snyder Cut. They don't want it released. It was by AT&T mandate it was released. The people at Warner were the ones suppressing the Snyder Cut for years. And I assure you, the people at Warner, they are happy and high-fiving each other right now in this moment over the split in the community. Warner wants you to boycott the Snyder Cut, and they are very happy to see HBO Max fails, because that's an AT&T project, and they don't even like AT&T. To them, AT&T is an enemy that came in and took them over. AT&T strategy is not their traditional strategy. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that.
Yeah,
Nathan Johnson,
you're 100% correct on that. They hate him. They hate him.
Because again, they were done with the Snyderverse. They want to go in a completely different direction. So to support the Snyder, this actually to support AT&T. Whereas boycotting the Snyder Cut, that is supporting Warner. Now, I'm not going to tell you what to do. You do whatever you think is right, by all means. I just want you to be aware of what it means, that if you boycott the Snyder Cut, the ones you're supporting is Warner, because they want you to boycott it. Nathan Johnson says, for $10, "I'm impressed with how well Uche handled the situation. It must have felt like your heart was ripped out, and yet you buried your feelings and saved a wonderful stream for a great cause." That's actually a good question. Uche, how did it feel in that moment? I know it's a typical question. You must have been asked this so many times. In your NFL days, like, how did it feel when? But how did it feel when that's the first thing that came out of Snyder's mouth, and you saw the reaction in your Geeks and Gamers associates?
Well, I mean, I knew for about 10 minutes before it happened that he was going to have to say something about just not the stream not being, associated with Geeks and Gamers. So the feeling that people had, I was already having for, 10 minutes before he came on because I knew it was coming. And I knew that was going to rub people the wrong way, but I also knew that, it was something that he had to say because technically we were not in line with what we agreed with. So I knew that he was going to have to say something, and I was trying to get the word to my guys, and hope that they see my message before he gets on so that they also would have known, okay, he's going to have to make a little statement to distance. That's what I thought would have been the biggest issue was the first statement. I thought that was actually going to be the big issue because I didn't, obviously I didn't want him to have to say that on the stream. The fact that it became the second statement that became more of the headline that, either way it sucked, and I didn't feel good knowing that was coming up. But again, I knew why it was coming up, and, I couldn't argue against that having to be done because that's now a legal thing for them. So
yeah. There's one thing I want to ask. Mag says, not super, but I just happened to see it as I was scrolling for the next one. I don't like the dismissal of how the chat feels. I know I dropped money for not only a good cause, but for the fans that wanted this, to support them. It makes me feel very cautious for the next one. And also, speaking of the chat right here, there is one recurring thing that I've seen many bring up in the chat right here, and that actually is against you, Uche. And we're not above asking tough questions, so I'm going to ask you this. The complaint is that you had some choice words for the people in the chat. Now, I haven't seen that myself, so I don't know exactly what words were used. I'm sure you know. But is that something you regret and would have done different?
You're talking about the stream after the charity event.
I don't know in detail. What I do know is that you had some words to the people in the audience in the chat that evidently that evidently was not very well received at all.
Perhaps on Twitter.
Because I see many people here bring it up. So people in the chat, those of you who know what I'm referring to, because I honestly don't. I'm just reading it here.
I think there was a comment from Eric K that the community knows and loves, where he was just using an example. I think at one point you told the chat to screw off or something like that.
Something to that
was in the stream after the charity event, then the following stream. Look, I explained this yesterday on a stream that I did on my channel. What I said was, people who know me know that I have nothing but love for everybody. And in that stream, I did have choice words for elements of the chat. I did. And I don't regret that because I was speaking from the heart on how I felt. There are people who are calling me outside of my name and saying things about me that, I know the chat can get vicious, but this is a serious situation. And I'm explaining to people things in the most logical way that I can. And if you're going to still decide to call me the things you're calling me, for those people who feel that way, and are letting their emotions dictate their verbiage. Yeah, F you. That's how I feel. I won't take that back.
Yeah, well, that's up to you. I will just say that one thing as a general thing that I do not blame you for saying that to those particular individuals. What I would say though is that in putting them down that have it coming, you are also putting everyone else who didn't have it coming.
Now, I made clarification about that as well. I told, I said for everyone else who feels upset, but is really just voicing their frustration and wanting to know more and wanting to, have more, wanting to get more clarity on it. That those words weren't meant for you. Those words would never be meant for you because that's not I'm not going to paint people with a broad brush stroke. I mean, I'm part of Geeks and Gamers as well. Like, I go to bat for everybody on the team of Geeks and Gamers when there's issues that they're confronted with online, in any regular setting. So, I get it, and I understand that there are people who are upset about the situation. I'm not, and that was not my words in that respect were not meant for them. That's it. That's the absolute fact about that. It was meant for people who were crossing a line themselves and how they were talking about me personally, not knowing a damn thing about me and not knowing about the work that we all put in for this event, and to just be dismissive of what we did and the work we did and what we were doing it for. Those are the people that I was talking to.
Yeah. Just looking at our chat right now, I'm not going to criticize because again I wasn't there, but I would say that maybe clarifying that more concisely might be worth taking into account for the next time, because I don't know how many got that clarification and distinction.
And I said it at the time when I said it. I said, for the people who are saying these things about me, F you. That's what I said. Yeah. Why should I apologize for that? I'm not going.
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying apologize for that at all. I'm just saying that I think that there were many people who were already emotionally perturbed at the time, and then they're going to feel that is coming at them too. So, Uche, I'm not attacking you here. I'm not having a go.
No, I know you're not. I know you're not. Yeah.
But I think that this is probably why many are angry with that. But I'm not gonna harp on that anymore. But for next time, might be worth. Worth clarifying.
Do you think that I've just clarified a little bit there? I mean, that's clarification that I've just kind of given on that particular situation. Now, at the time,
I think so, but I'm not the one that needs clarifying. I wasn't there. So it's clarifying to those that felt offended, which isn't me. But it's those. I don't know how many are here, but it's like those that were there and who felt like that was like a second slap in the face. Those that hadn't said anything and who felt attacked, although you clearly didn't mean to attack them. It's them that need the clarification, not me.
I was specific in what things were being said that I was making. That I had words for. People who were calling me a bitch. People who were saying you're a traitor. People who were saying fire Uche. People who were saying you're a POS. Yeah. Okay. Well.
Yeah.
If I could say something, that's just the black hole we go down, the rabbit hole we go down when something's so passionate and there's so much emotion behind of that initial reaction, and then you guys immediately go online. Everyone's passionate and worked up.
Yeah, emotions instead of
I mean, and this is humble little me, right? I take my time when especially when a student of mine mouths off, and is it true? Is it true? Is it necessary? Is it kind? And I got to answer those right away. That's just me. I'm not in, I'm obviously, God bless you, man, and the charity work that you guys did. I'm not in your shoes at that moment. I can't imagine on my little level yesterday if one of the cast members, shamed us for whatever reason, but we'll take your money. I want us to get the fuck out of here. But I'd like to believe that, I have that pause, and I know that pause is tough to come by sometimes.
Well, what sucks is without clarification at this point, the longer it takes for things to get cleared up from Zach's side, there's more people who feel upset because, I mean, beyond the people that were like me who were just there to support it, and gave their money and was still taken aback by the whole thing. The other side, I think, is what Andre was trying to say, is that there's a large portion of people who are there to support not just the cause, but we're obviously there for the film, for Zach, for you guys. And I'm sure they feel like they were personally attacked in some way, at least in some form. And I get it. You've clarified how you can, Uche, but yeah, I see where a lot of tempers are flaring with this whole thing and how certain feelings can be hurt, and where this whole thing went off the rails, and it simply boils down to what Zach had to say and how it was said. So unfortunately, until he's able to clarify those things, I'm not so sure anything can be fixed. And even then, I don't know how far that will go.
Oh, I would still say it's worth trying, because definitely.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that
without trying.
Always try, because that's my biggest pet peeve is, when something gets clarified or something gets, should be retracted or pointed out. The media never does that. Never does. Well, the perfect example is Miss Turd, as we call her here.
Exactly.
And the whole situation of how they were quick to jump on, what she was saying, but then as soon as certain evidence come out, well, then it was, they didn't have any time for that shit.
Yeah, exactly. Let's move on with some more more super chats. Now, Uche, like
I got about 5 more minutes.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let's see what we can bring up here. Let's see where we were. Let's just give me 1 second. Yeah, here we are. Nathan Johnson said for $10, I'm impressed with how well Uche handled the situation. Oh yeah, we did what then? But I'll read it. Handle the situation. It must have felt like your heart was ripped out, and yet you buried your feelings and saved a wonderful stream for a great cause. But then, contrast to that, Slade Wilson. Like, there's some criticism here, but you can take it, can't you, Uche? Slade Wilson says, Uche, you're so full of it. I guarantee Zach says nothing public to clarify his statements about geeks and gamers. Well, we shall see. According to Uche, there's going to be some clarification, so we shall see if you're right or not. Time will tell. Willie Woodward says, congrats on the charity stream, Uche. Michael D. False says, for $10, Justice League Snyder Cut is 100 times better. Zack Snyder had to disclaim because of Warner. This is a Warner thing. Give Zack Snyder a pass. We got our film. Win for the fans. The dedication to his daughter was special for him. Love, peace, respect. Paul Minogue says, if words have been so seriously misconstrued, you correct immediately. Nothing has been forthcoming. Uche, you're making excuses for a professional. Cesario JPN says for $10, if Snyder is anti-Asian violence, I'd like clarification if he supports the Hong Kong protesters, Taiwan, and Uyghurs. Hollywood MSM sure isn't supportive of those disenfranchised Asian groups. Darth Cerebra says, I ain't buying what you're selling, Uche. This sounds like a man who cheated on his wife and then came up with some lamey-ass story about losing his phone. Etienne Falardeau says, Geeks and Gamers is associated with the hate speech thing because the media made sure a nice 70-minute read came out the week before linking them to the alt-right.
That too.
Yeah, that's like 2 weeks of that didn't help, I'm going to say. Rob Altis says, if you're organizing a charity stream, why shouldn't your logo be on the stream? It makes no sense other than political BS. Well,
that is a fair question.
Never underestimate political BS. Never underestimate virtue signaling studios. and the hoops that
Yeah.
they think they have to jump through to preserve their brownie points. But yeah, I
Well,
agree that was
and
yeah.
I gotta agree to a point.
Clumsy.
I mean, if I was in Uche's shoes, I mean, I know you were, in the middle of the stream at the time, but I guess at that point is when I would have pushed back and be like, look, I'm in the middle of this stream. I mean, you guys could have said this hours, days, weeks ago when this was announced. Like, did that ever cross your mind? I guess I have to ask.
Did what cross my mind?
That they should have dealt with this sooner.
Dealt with what sooner?
The whole label being an issue.
They already told us about all of that. The auction website didn't go live until about 2 hours before the stream.
Okay, but now you said that they didn't tell you guys until like 20 minutes before you came on, though, that he was going to have to say that.
That was because the logo, the Geeks and Gamers logo, was on the charity auction site, which nobody had seen until 2 hours before the stream.
Mm. Yeah, I still don't understand why
they didn't see it until Zach's people didn't see it until like I said, 20 minutes before he came on the stream. That's why he called me, and I jumped out of the stream real quick to take the call. That's when they found out. So they were asking me, because initially we didn't know. When he asked me, he just asked if there's a Geeks and Gamers logo up on the stream, and I was like, no. And he was, because I don't think he necessarily knew where that was coming from either. So because he was trying to figure out, well, what are they talking about? And then it was told to him that it's on the charity website. And so the charity website actually crashed a few times because of all of the people who were bidding on the auction pieces. And so I was trying to, load it up. And when it loaded up, then I scrolled through it and I saw it at the very bottom. So that's when I called the people who did the website. I said, hey, can you guys, I need you guys to take the Geeks and Gamers logo off like now, which I didn't know it was on there. So because it was on there and that they had got informed that it was on there, and then they called me and told me, hey, this is on, we got to that point finally, this is on the charity website. But, after that, he said, look, I'm going to have to say something about that. I'm just going to have to say something about it. I'll make it quick, but I got to say something about it. And I was like, okay. So this is with me. I got him on speakerphone so that I can go into my messaging and start, telling my guys, hey, Zach is going to have to say something about Geeks and Gamers when he comes on, because the logo was on the charity stream website. So at the end of the day, had that logo not been up there, he would have never said anything about, he would have never had to say anything about Geeks and Gamers at all. So, it's unfortunate. That's really what it boils down to. That's just the way it is. That from that point, with as far as the logo being on there and then him having to say something, that's what it is. Because the event itself is connected solely to me and to my channel. That's what we agreed on.
Yeah. And then we have some more recent super chats that I can bring up on screen. We're going to still, for those that I can't bring up, we're going to get through every single one. But first, those I can bring up. Mags clarifies, I support you, Uche. You have nothing but love from me here. You and Geeks and Gamers try to focus on the important thing. I will remain cautious, though. And then we have, that was the only one I could bring up on screen. Fantastic. I so wish that StreamYards would do something about that. Let's see if can I bring it up here?
Yeah, I know. It's really annoying.
Yeah. Mr. Tickle Trunk said, there's people who talk about SJWs all day, but assume the worst possible interpretation. Get emotional and act the same as an SJW. Those people don't hate SJW tactics, they hate their targets. Be mad, but argue like an adult. And Felicity Poubelle says for $30, thank you so much. Uche, I always appreciate you showing up and taking your lumps, brother. I feel like many people think they were let down, like Hollywood and the media let us down. We support you because you're supposedly better than that. And George Barrett says for €22, Matt, help out here. Uche organized it, had informed Geeks and Gamers that Zach would say that, but Zach's to blame. Plus, I don't like you, so you're responsible for kids not aided by retracted donors. Is that congruent with good faith? Yeah, Matt, you have to help out with that in due time.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Matt has to do with it, but
yeah, I'm not sure about that either. But yeah, and then Sleepy Panda says, yeah, there's Matt's reaction. Respect to Geeks and Gamers team on how they handle this. Yes, massive respect to Jeremy and his entire team. And I will say one more time, Lucasfilm and indeed many other studios would be lucky to have a Jeremy as stable and as steadfast a leader as Jeremy. So massive kudos to him. And then Darth, yeah, we got that one. He is at $50 already, so thank you so much for that. Now I'm just going to refresh because just give me 1 second here. Again, this is StreamYards, which is not making it easy to keep track of everything, but we're doing our best here. Gomer Kyle 79 says for $10, appreciate your efforts, Uche. I dealt with, I can't say the word, offing oneself, and this charity helped me end 16, but the money that could save one person stopped when he said that Zack Snyder nor his movie isn't more important. My biggest issue. Mike NYC says Scott Adams suggests a 48-hour rule for all public misstatements, and I agree. Uche met that. Zach has not yet. Captain Vrag says for $10 Australian, the first apology has to come from WB for forcing Zack Snyder's hand. The next apology needs to come from Zack himself for caving to WB. Geeks and Gamers is not about hate. And how much longer do we have you for, Uche?
I mean, let me see. I mean, I have a few minutes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you'll like this one. JJ, aka Sith Lord 3827, says, Uche, I'm a Jacksonville native, and regardless of what happened, you and the Geeks and Gamers crew did an awesome job. Commander Ed Straker of Shadow says, Geeks and Gamers got the pen in the eye because Jeremy's ego got the better of him, making a deal with Hollywood Corp. Devil. If Jeremy was thinking, he sees the trap. Mephisto Xerxes says, FNT or Friday Night Tights is going to be interesting. If you think the chat is on fire now, wait till tonight. Brace yourselves. And then we have the Whitfield report says, it seems like people are more upset with Uche than they are with the rap which wrote the hit piece. James Alquist says for €11, everyone chill. Be mad at Warner Media, not Uche or Zack. Warner Media nearly pulled this movie because Zack fought tooth and nail just to appear on the stream. 80 grand was raised. Lives were saved. And Darth Cerebro says for £5 British, you need to put your shovel down, mate. your hole's big enough already. Angry Trollbot says for $5 Canadian, I think if anyone had pushed back immediately out of emotion, they ran the risk of speaking as clumsily as Zack. Charity stream turns battle stream. This was your worry too, wasn't it, Uche?
Yeah, I mean, any reaction at that point was going to be a fumbled around reaction. And let's say I say something about what was said. Well, then somebody else starts to say something, could have been Ryan, who starts saying something about what was said. And then Lethal starts saying something about, now you have all these people speaking and coming at Zack, and now the stream is done. It's over with at that point, because it's going to start getting out of control.
Well, it looks like EVS's response stream, I think, might have been taken down already.
Yeah, because it was absolutely ridiculous.
Well, no, people reported it to YouTube.
I mean, I think that people jumping at this and being opportunists with it is not. I don't think it has to do fair. That, but yeah. Well, either way, I just don't think that was a fair thing to do to Geeks and Gamers, especially because, like we said, if clarification is needed, then there shouldn't be much in way of, assuming or judging what was said until there's clarification. I didn't like that. I didn't like that stream was out there literally painting this picture in a completely misconstrued way. That's what the rap just did, correct? So on both sides, you have people misconstruing and running after, the narrative. And what are they doing it for? Clicks. So I take offense to that, because that means you're not allowing for all the information to be put out there or any clarification to be given. Now, if people want to take sides on that, I can't help it. But, I think, especially, if we're talking about being level-headed here, that people shouldn't have went and jumped into this whole assuming that this was an intentional shade toward Geeks and Gamer until they got clarification. I mean, I think that's the fair way to handle it, is it not? You wait until you actually know without the shadow of a doubt. I mean, it's somebody who doesn't do that and goes forward. I mean, that's being an opportunist in my opinion. And that's me speaking for myself. That's just me speaking for me. So
yeah. And moving on, evidently not everyone agrees with you speaking for you. HBG3 says, Uche, all you do is push lies. Nobody was insulting you. You were the one who said F the viewers. You also called Rippa a B. You have no cred.
No, I didn't call Rippa a B. I said, I said to do what Rippa is saying he would have done, in my opinion, that's a bitch move. And then I apologized, because I knew that was taken as an insult, which I was mad and I was speaking from my emotions, and I retracted it and I apologized to him. He knows I love him. I love Rippa. Me and him are cool. So I took that back and I apologized and reworded how I felt, thinking with my head now instead of thinking with my emotions. And I phrased it the way that I meant to phrase it.
It's always better when one is able to do that. And Nick Nero says, fact, they have the time to smear Geeks and Gamers, but don't have the time to mention offing oneself prevention and the charity that is still going on and taking donations. Yeah, because for the rap, that would destroy the narrative. And it's all about their freaking narrative. James T. Whelan says, Uche, did you also call a fellow panelist a female dog? Well, this goes back to what you were just saying.
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah. And Dars Cerebrus says for another £2, awesome as a customer, and like four like hashtags, which I guess is to be the F word. You too. Stephanie Littlepage says, if you ask me, this whole mess was a ham-fisted attempt by Warner to sabotage the Snyder Cut. Copper Indio says for $20, thank you so much. Hail to Midnight's Edge, and kudos to brother Uche. He handled an awkward situation, as he said, like a professional, which is what we complain about the media not doing. This is an example of what this community is about. Thumbs up.
Well, on the screen here now, as you can see, we're graced by the one, the only Jeremy. He says he can't do a stream without me. Well, now I can't evidently do a stream without him. No. D-Day Cobra sends in $50. Holy cow, sir. Says, I'm not distancing myself from Uche. I don't respond to any mob mentality ever. That's what Harloff did to RMB. We're in the storm and we'll deal with it. Regardless of the optics, we raised over 100K together, and I'm proud of Geeks and Gamers. Yeah, and that's what pisses me off more than anything is this whole event is being overshadowed by this shit now.
Much
and
love,
again,
Jeremy. Appreciate
like I
you,
said,
man.
yeah, and like I said, I mean, I sent in some money, and it wasn't because I was behind the whole Snyder thing. I'm with Jeremy and the thing. Like I was never a fan to begin with, but I got behind the whole cause, obviously, and I'm definitely all for fans being heard out. And really, this whole thing did just kind of plop the whole rainy day kind of feeling on the whole situation now.
Yeah, and I will say for the 4th time in this stream, but I want to say it now when Jeremy is here and hopefully hears it. Jeremy, you are a true leader. The way that you have handled yourself, the way that you have stood up for the team, you have been a true leader. So far, you have passed the test with flying colors. And there are many studios, Lucasfilm included, that would be lucky to have someone as you in charge of their ship. If more leaders were like you,
Jeremy's not
be a
listening.
better place. So
I'm kidding. I don't. Hopefully, he's still listening.
Oh, Jeremy's done a hell of a job
Yeah.
in responding and just try and protecting his brand. I mean, and he knows that there's going to be clarification coming as well. So, you know, we're not, you know, nobody's bending a knee to anything. We're trying to handle this as professionals. You know, that's just how it is. We got to handle it in a professional manner, and that's what we're going to do. And we're doing this to also try and give that clarity to the fans so that they can know. That's what it boils down to.
Indeed it is.
Hashtag Jeremy doesn't have time for Midnight's Edge.
Yeah,
I'm about to go. I gotta jump off now.
All right. Well, thank you, Uche, for coming in, and I mean, hopefully you were able to say as much as you could as far as your side of things here. And sorry to those we haven't been able to get all the super chats and questions in.
And I got to say, Jeremy, good job doing the charity stream. I really got to say that.
Yeah, you guys pulling that off was first and foremost the most important bit, and that's what I said sucks most of all is it's being overshadowed.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The internet is a hell of a thing, man. And good job on raising all that money. And
before you go, Uche, I just wanted to leave you with this final super chat that came in. I wasn't in the chat, but Uche did the right by focusing on the stream. As a wise man once said, the hardest choices require the strongest wills.
Well said. Well said.
Yeah,
I appreciate you guys, man. Y'all know I love coming on here and I love talking to you guys. I got nothing but respect and love for y'all and everybody in the chat.
Mm-hmm. Uche, can we still donate to if we is it still?
Yes.
Okay,
the charity is still gonna be taking donations until tomorrow. So tomorrow, which is also my birthday, it'll be
birthday, man.
Happy 21st birthday.
Appreciate it. Oh my God, dude. I was just like, you know, it was funny because I actually kind of forgot it was gonna be my birthday coming up because you know we were getting ready for the stream and all the stuff we were doing. I forgot. And and somebody reminded me, hey, you know, your birthday's on the 20th, right? I was like, huh? Oh yeah, my birthday. I was like, man, I didn't even realize. I kind of kind of wanted to forget about it anyways. But
Let me tell you something, Uche. When you get to my age, this is how you celebrate your birthday.
I'm old. Yeah.
He says he ain't got time, and then he shows up.
God, I gotta stay a little bit longer now. Hold on, let me send a couple text messages. I ain't gonna be on time.
What's up, Jeremy? How's it going, man?
What's up? Well, before I start, let me. Can you give me a full screen real quick?
Yeah, sure.
But before I start, let me make sure I do one thing. Fuck Hollywood. Fuck them with my logo. Fuck Hollywood. Fuck them. All right. There's the Geeks and Gamers logo. Okay, sorry. That's all I needed the full screen for.
And you're not going to hear me say I don't associate with Geeks and Gamers because I've never been an actual member.
I'd like to announce right now that I don't associate with Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut is no.
It's not real Italian food, right?
No.
There you go.
But yeah.
Well then I don't associate with Taco Bell.
Yeah, man. Look, this is this entire situation is what I live for. But with that said, it has not been easy. This has been the most difficult experience of my professional life. But just trying to manage everything and deal with it, and we are dealing with it. But at the end of the day, we will not lose the messaging that Geeks and Gamers community came together and raised over $100,000. That's PewDiePie level numbers. Do people understand that? That's PewDiePie
that's a huge
level
deal.
numbers.
Yeah, you have done freaking amazing. I'm amazed at everything that you have been able to do for the community, for a cause. Massive kudos and massive respect. And of course, the rap conveniently left that out. Yeah, as you say, that's PewDiePie numbers. That's numbers of someone with like 10 and 20 times your subscribers, which is like 40 times our level of subscribers. And you're able to fundraise to that level, which is astonishing. So I bow down in the dust in admiration for what you have accomplished.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen people so mad about the following we have and how incredibly passionate our community is, and they can the people that are mad, there's other YouTubers out there that are mad at the amount of money we were able to raise for a great cause, and then when we did that live stream after the fact, they were really mad that people were super chatting more. And I would just say if those people are that mad, then maybe they should, do a better job of, representing their community and building them, because we clearly showed how strong Geeks and Gamers is. And the channel's exploding. The growth is crazy right now.
Right.
So, I mean, the media always does
It's
this.
above average.
Yeah, the media always does this. They sit there and try to take you down, and all it does is put more attention on it. So there are people that have, there are people that are using this situation for a various number of reasons, and that's part of it. But what we're experiencing and the overwhelming amount of positive support we're getting is ridiculous. But yeah, there's people out there. Look, someone, and I will not name this person, but there's someone out there that has brought my kid into it.
Oh wow!
Oh no!
Yeah, that's not right, man.
I heard it last night. I got a message last night at 2:00 in the morning, and I will not publicize the person because the reason they're saying it is because they're trying to get my response, because they're obsessed with getting my attention. And this is the level we're at. These are the games that they're willing to play, and we are dealing with it the best we can. And I am. It's a moving situation, but it is crazy, dude. It is crazy. But yeah, I'm not here to take the show over. I just wanted to hop in for a minute. So.
But no, that's bullshit, man. That's pure bullshit. Because I mean, you and I give each other shit on camera all the time. But if you called and needed something, I'd be there in a heartbeat, and you know that. And I'm sure. I called you about 10 fucking times, you might answer. But no, no, seriously. I know if we needed you, you'd be there, man. I mean, even being here now, you were here, but this is for you guys to kind of get out there and say what you're saying to the audience, and I get that. But also, you're here. It means a lot just to everybody, because this is a big deal to the community. And when I felt the way a lot of people did feel after giving my donation, and Zach said that. I mean, so I'm I understand where people are coming from.
I understand that too, and I can tell you that behind the scenes we're working on it. We're doing the best we can, and it has been a really, like, when we responded with that live stream, that was a highly emotional moment.
Yeah,
and I talked to Jeremy from the Quartering. That's the first time he and I have ever spoken in private. And, he told me, he's like, dude, when it all went down, I said some shit. I deleted my tweets. He's like, I was really worked up. I said, man, it's all good. Like, I get it. I'm not offended or upset by whatever you might have said. And this is probably the most attention we've ever gotten in our little corner of the internet. This is the most attention I think we've probably received. And I understand emotions are high. People felt slighted. And we're doing the best we can to try to correct that, and it's a very difficult situation to maneuver, but we are working on it, and we will get things worked out one way or the other, and I will address it more in detail one way or the other. But I believe that we will get some clarification soon.
Good.
In the end, I think you're all going to come out for the better anyway, right? So
no publicity is bad publicity.
That's true, man.
Well, as you guys know, we got your back 110%. So just if there's anything we can do, just let me know. Outside of that, I'm glad to hear that you guys have things in motion to hopefully clarify things. I don't know how much of effect that'll have, because that fucking rap piece, man, that's just disgusting shit.
Yeah, it's nonsense.
Yeah, the rap piece is utter bullshit. I mean,
yes,
there's no two ways around that.
Yeah, and there'll probably be more mainstream outlets that pick it up, and that's part of it. That's the world we're in. They're gonna misrepresent. They're gonna lie. They're gonna take things out of context. And we just have to accept that those are the cards we're dealt with the people that we're dealing with, and we just got to be smarter and play a better game than them, which is what I'm doing. People clearly don't listen to what I say. I uploaded a video on our Twitter account several days ago, and I was like, if you guys want to play the identity politics game, I'll play them. I'll play them better. And so that's what I've been doing lately. People are like, why are you virtue signaling, Jeremy? They're like, oh, yes, I am virtue signaling. I'm using their tactics against them, and I have a better tactics because my people are actually qualified. Like, they actually are here because they're qualified, and they just happen to look different. And yeah, I'm absolutely playing that game with them. Absolutely.
That's what
said to Jeremy.
And I will not apologize for that.
Jeremy? Dude, you're legit, man. You're a gangster, man, and you're my gateway into this community. A few years ago, you don't know that, but damn, I love you, man. I don't agree with you all the time, but I got your back, homie. I
appreciate that, man. And I don't want people to agree with me. And again, that's the whole thing with Geeks and Gamers. It's about, look, man, if you guys think that I agree with any fucking thing that Uche says politically on Twitter, holy fuck. It makes me cringe. You know what I'm saying? But that's just
yeah, Jeremy's politics talk is just fun and games for me, because I know that that's the most.
It can't be serious with the shit you're saying. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, you better stay away from my Twitter then, Jeremy.
Uche can be out there going, I love pizza, and Jeremy's like, fuck pizza.
Hey, now it's personal, okay? No one says that about pizza and gets away with it.
I'm just thinking, but to go back on your whole tactics thing, Jeremy, I mean, that's kind of what Cecil and I were getting at, I think. At least I can speak for myself anyway on that behalf. Is that, sooner or later we're going to have to start using some of their own tactics on themselves. Now, I didn't mean cancel culture, but what I did mean is what you're saying is, just, who's to say we can't start turning their logic in and on themselves, because, hey, it's not logical to begin with. And then once they start getting logic, then they go and run to a corner and try and get their friends to coordinate.
Once you throw logic at them, they have no argument and they shut up and go away. And then they
usually that, or they just retort to argument one again.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, what do we always see with these people? Where if you do have a person that's not a white dude that has these opinions, they tend to try to just ignore their existence or try to slam. Well, how do you respond when you call us the names they're calling us? And we literally have a Muslim female gamer who's a vocal anti-SJW. Who hates The Last Jedi on our team. How the fuck do you spin that one? Like, that's what I love. Like, the more attention we get and the more that we put their logic out there against them, I'm going to love watching them twist themselves up. Because trust me, we are doing that. And, it's after that rewriting Ripley bullshit is when I decided, like, okay, if you guys are going to play this game and as dirty as you want to get, I'll get dirtier, but I'll be smarter about it because I actually have, legitimate diversity on my team, and I'll play that card much better. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
And that Ripley thing is something that really has me kind of concerned because they're the ones who went after EVS today. And they were the ones who kind of, I think, I'm curious as to where they even came from. I mean,
they're back, Tom. They did another thing.
Yeah, they finally did something. Because, they've only been around since January, since they got money from God knows who where to set them up with God knows why, whatever. Disney, excuse me, I'm sorry. But anyway.
I also wanted to say that I know the Mexican Iron Man is with us in the chat.
Yes, he is.
Iron Man, what's up,
chat
brother?
I've learned a lot through Mike. And Mike loves Jeremy and Uche to death. He loves his community, and what an amazing community that I'm lucky to be a part of. I just wanted to throw that in there.
Oh yeah, Mexican Iron Man is a pure what do you call it? I mean, he's at every stream, even when he probably shouldn't because he's probably got work to do. Because the guy works constantly, and then he does a ton of shit for all the YouTube channels that he works with. So he does more than I could ever dream of doing. And that's where, like, anybody who gives me shit for not sleeping, it's like, I don't know when Mexican Iron Man sleeps. But he sent us 1999 early and says, "Hail Midnight's Edge, what a week. Hail brother Uche. Hail my fearless leader, Jeremy. Hi, Paulie." It took me a lot of hardness to say that. Sorry, I couldn't get that out first time.
He did good.
Because he still owes me my
Better
money.
than your Spanish.
He says he's not the leader after he takes my money.
Right.
Hi, Paulie. Mexican Iron Man is so ever proud to be a G&G member. Send me in, guys, ready to fight.
Hey, Mexican Iron Man. No love for me? Come on.
He already let you make fun of the Mex-Men and shit, so just leave it at that,
okay.
Rob.
All right.
That's a card. But no, like, that's the thing. I give Jeremy shit all the time. He gives me shit all the time. But we are a community. If shit like this goes down, my first gut reaction was, what does Jeremy need? What do we got to do? And I mean, I reached out to Gary and a few other people to kind of get the lowdown because I didn't even know what was all happening yet because I know Gary was there and stuff, and I was hearing things. And yeah, I just wanted to make sure everybody was okay. And if we needed to do anything other than that, I didn't want to jump to any conclusions. I didn't want to condemn or, go out there and make some random tweet that I know later I was going to regret. So, I mean, I know some people didn't have that gut instinct like I did, but no, I knew you'd have it handled, Jeremy. So I figured whatever move you make was going to be the best one to follow. So hopefully that gives you some solace or whatever you want to call it in the situation.
No, I mean, I do appreciate it. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, there's certain people, like, I hear people spinning it like, oh, Jeremy trying to get in with Hollywood. No, we were trying to celebrate a fan movement, which is exactly what all of us have been trying to preach about, fans being heard and fans being victorious.
Yep.
So the involvement, look, as far as Zack Snyder goes, I mean, I've been pretty clear about it. I hate Batman versus Superman. I hate Man of Steel. Those movies are not for me. But I respected the Snyder Cut movement. I've always respected Zack Snyder just from afar. It seemed like a great guy. So the Snyder Cut movement was a huge win for fans. That's essentially what we were celebrating. And we felt like that was a good moment that if when we were able to make some contact with him in whatever capacity we could do. Obviously, it wasn't necessarily about Geeks and Gamers getting involved. That was part of the initial process. Then they clearly were not happy about that. And we decided to, okay, look, this is not about Geeks and Gamers as much as it's about celebrating the fan movement and coming together and trying to raise money for a good cause. That's essentially what this was about. And it didn't work out like we wanted it to. As far as what happened, as far as what happened on the charity site, that was 100% on me. I didn't do my due diligence. I should have made sure that we didn't have all the branding, or we removed what branding, because again, it wasn't about Geeks and Gamers as much as it was about the fan movement, celebrating a fan movement. So that's what this was about. And ultimately, I believe that we did come together. And we raised a ton of money, and we showed what we're all about. Whether you like the Snyder movies or not is kind of irrelevant. I respect the fan movement getting what they wanted. I haven't seen the Snyder Cut yet. I guess I'm hearing better things about it than I probably thought I would from people that really didn't like these other movies. So maybe it's better than expected. But maybe I'll check it out. Yeah,
Hell yeah, it is.
I mean, but
Yeah.
Not for me.
I really enjoyed it.
yeah, I don't expect.
Compared to the first one. Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm on record saying I like Joss Whedon's Justice League more than that shitty Man of Steel and Batman vs Superman because I think they're dog shit. I think they're dog shit.
I don't know about that.
But
I don't know about that.
no,
Then
well,
you may
again,
be the only person in the world that's going to like the Snyder Cut less than the Whedon Cut.
Then the Whedon Cut? Yeah, I don't know.
I felt like as shitty as they made Henry Cavill and his look in the Joss Cut, it felt more like Superman in that little bit of a movie than anything that Snyder gave me in the two films.
See, that's where I can't disagree with you, Jeremy, and that's where you'll probably feel a lot like I did after the Justice League cut.
Yeah.
Or Snyder Cut, I mean.
And that's just part of it. I understand that that's a very I'm in the slimmest of minorities on that opinion, and I'm totally fine with that. So it's just to qualify that I don't know if I'm gonna like the Snyder Cut if and when I eventually watch it.
Yeah. I just want to run through a couple of super chats here that I've been keeping on screen because I thought that they were on point. Till All Are One says, I'd like to say for the record that I do associate with Geeks and Gamers, and I don't associate with Hollywood LBVS. And also Gaming or What TM says, I stand with Geeks and Gamers.
Yeah.
I think it's all fair to say we all stand with Geeks and Gamers at this. So
Yeah, and that's never been in question at all. I just didn't know how to, assess the situation or at least react to it. Because, like, the last thing I needed is to go out there and go, oh, fuck Snyder. And then Jeremy be like, what the fuck did you do that for?
Yeah. No, it's all good, man. So, yeah, man. It's we'll see what happens, but we're working on it. And but at the end of the day, Geeks and Gamers, the community and the following we have, it's not going to go unnoticed. And it hasn't gone unnoticed. And the right people are out there pushing it out there, making people recognize that we gained. We picked up over $100,000 in charity, which is beyond even what I thought we could accomplish. It was incredible. It would have been more if Zach's comments didn't land as terribly as they did. But that's neither here nor there at this point. We all came together, did a good thing, and we probably made a difference in a lot of people's lives. The Snyder Cut movement, it's been kind of celebrated of like how they've raised like $500,000, over the last several years, for suicide prevention, which is a fantastic, accomplishment. Geeks and Gamers was allowed to come together and raise $100K on one live stream.
it's amazing.
It's incredible. And that won't go unnoticed. We will continue to make sure that signal boost is out there, but we are in the storm right now. And that's just part of it. And we're going to deal with it. We're going to move forward, and we're going to continue to kick ass. And I will always stand with my community, my brothers, my sisters at Geeks and Gamers. And I'm ready to...
and your they-thems. Don't forget the they-thems.
Fuck pronouns. So... but yeah, but I'm going to have to bounce soon because we got Friday Night Nights.
Yeah, I got to head out.
And we got a couple things in the works too that we need to try to work on. So I appreciate all of you, Midnight's Edge, this whole entire panel. Thank you for your kind words and your support. And that's it, man. So,
Jeremy, just keep on growing that brand, dude, and keep doing what you do because you're going nowhere but up with you and your team. So
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Take care, Jeremy.
Take care, guys.
All right, you guys have a good one.
Talk to y'all later.
Thanks for coming in.
Peace.
All right.
Yeah, man.
Peace.
All right.
All right. Wow. Yeah. Well, that was brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah. And I got the when I got the invite, we're gonna keep it chill. That's great talk, though.
Yeah,
Well, you
and
never know what happens. Like sometimes we have Uche show in, other times we have Jeremy show in,
Yeah.
other times other than that we have Dame Helen Mirren suddenly show up.
Helen
Mirren, yes.
Speaking on what Jeremy was saying there, just a reminder, we do have a Defund Hollywood t-shirt.
I got to say, this morning, Kadish actually woke me up with the phone call. And he's like, hey, you want to be on Midnight's Edge here in about 10 minutes? Initially, I told him no, because I don't know what we're talking about or anything. And I said, okay, but I got to go get some coffee first. And next thing you know,
and
I'm on the
he
stream
punks
with
out after
Kadish.
45 minutes.
And then he bails on me and leaves. Thanks, man. That was really nice of you. But then I'm on the stream with Jeremy and Uche, and I'm like, and all you guys, and I'm just this little old dude who's used to streaming to 8 people once a week, so yeah, crazy morning for me.
Well, you're in the A League now.
Well, it's all right, Matt. I knew he had to work, so that's cool. I'm just kidding.
No, that's all good.
Coach.
Well, that's all right. Yeah, that's all right, because usually when I'm on your guys' podcast, you're usually the one who agrees with me most of the time anyway. So
yeah. Those guys Kadish tries to play film student and tries to school us all, and I'm just like, nah, dude, that movie sucked. Move on. And so yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, and Bob's right. I'm to blame for everything. Just blame me, because if you don't blame me, then you're just gonna blame Rob, and then I got to hear him bitch.
No, Tom, blame Canada.
Always.
Oh, and Megs reminds me, don't let Hollywood distract me from the fact that you know what is a term. That's right.
That is such a bad shit.
If there ever was one person to the bed, then
exactly. Like, the jokes write themselves, folks.
Yeah, they do. I mean, we've never had so much fun with poop jokes as with her. So, yeah.
Hey, those dick and fart jokes I condone. And Madness's Productions, I probably did shoot JR, even though I was like 1 year old when that happened, or the year I was born. I can't remember which anymore.
What year? I'm older than you.
I can't remember. Was it 80 or 81 that happened?
Oh,
it was
who shot
80.
JR?
80.
It was 80. Then I was barely even born.
I remember that. Everybody was going nuts back then. I was 10. So.
And freaking, the wedding singer. Something wrong with JR. He's dead or something. I think they shot him.
And then they said it was all a dream.
Then he woke up, right, because he was taking a shower.
They new-hearted it.
That was Bobby Ewing.
Yeah.
I'm a genius, says Matt.
Kadish.
Saltynerdvideo.com has proof. Okay.
Nice.
Sometimes you're right on, Matthew, but sometimes I'm with the other Matt here. I have no idea how you even got to be a writer.
Oh, shit.
You're like, you like that and you're a writer? And you're defending that? All right.
Okay. What can you do? Right? Yeah. I don't
know. We have a couple of super chats. I said we're going to go through all of them. Some of them were aimed at Uche still. So we're going to go through the rest of those, even if he doesn't hear it. I do feel that the point was made, though. So that is said. The next one is Clive Calculator says, suing the rap might end these attacks. Defamation? Probably not going to lead to anything, but yeah.
Nothing good.
That's tough because you got to prove you were somehow impacted.
You have to prove damages.
Yeah. I was going to say, let me put it to you this way. If they were going to have any grounds to go after anybody, it would have been for us to have gone after the whatchamacallit. We just talked about him earlier.
Well, that's crazy.
Rewriting, those guys, those whomever.
Yeah, but you still have to be able to prove damage.
Even then, since Ryan was so radicalized, he got, I think, he gained more subscribers and shit than he had. So rewriting.
Such a radicalized person. He was like so behaved the other night.
Has anybody actually listened to that podcast? I mean, because it just
they only have the one podcast, Rob.
Why the hell would anyone listen to that?
I'm not going to listen to that garbage.
No, I'm not going to. No, I think it's pretty safe to speculate.
I mean, we read through the Medium thing. I'm like, and that's a pretty good indication of what they're going to be talking about.
Well, no.
But at the same time, I'm like, really, this is what you're. Like
No, come on, guys. This whole
Well,
rewriting.
this is what
Ripley
you
thing,
call a hit piece.
Yeah,
Simple as that.
exactly. Yeah.
I'll go even farther than that. This whole rewriting Ripley project altogether was specifically spearheaded and made just to make this article, just to do what I was saying earlier, and that is make said thing naughty bad thing. Then you associate people with naughty bad thing, and then you start finding other things to associate with, and then it's start attacking. And they're doing it right now.
Yeah.
Right in front of our eyes. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even like talking about them because
Me either. That's the problem.
We're just shining more people over
fighting it,
towards
yeah.
their crappy little
Well,
website.
let's not talk about them anymore.
Okay, sorry.
We have more super
on.
chats to go through.
Hey.
Christopher Tuck says for
Hey.
$10.
Hey.
Pretty solid on how I feel about this, but I will support the Snyder Cut and thankful the charity raised so
Hey,
much.
you know, Andre, I can make a few
Yeah,
calls.
but wait until I
You
finish.
know what I mean?
Not watching the Snyder Cut for Zach. Watching it to give the finger to WB, which is all motivation. And Rob, you were saying.
You know, I can make a few calls, you know, make the problems go away. You know what I mean? You know, so.
Hey.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed.
Hey, I saw blood in
Yeah,
blood
well,
out.
we shall we shall
way,
keep
too.
that option open. But until then, Astaroth says for $10, Uche, I commend you for having a level head after the comments and keeping it positive. The charity stream wasn't the time or place for a rebuttal.
Yeah.
Responding with videos afterward was the right call. Sleepy Panda says, respect the Geeks and Gamers team on how they handled this. Viking says for $5, Uche, you did. This is just a dumb corporate speak mess. We prayed for rain. We got it, and we'll deal with the mud. Soldier on, brother. Matt G says, if Zach had just thrown in something in between the points, there'd be no issue. I am not associated with Geeks and Gamers. I like blueberries, and I'm against hate. Yeah, you see there. Taker610 says for $2. Can't trust anyone affiliated with corporations, not worth it. And yes, someone was saying.
I think Matt was talking. Or Paul.
Yeah,
or
Matt, you were saying.
Nope.
I said I like blueberries.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Blueberries rule.
I like turtles.
Turtles.
I like turtles too.
Yeah. And then we have a couple that we already took. Just give me 1 second here. The Dark Shadow 308 sent a couple of super chats with no message attached, but thank you for the support. And then, yeah, we got this one.
Do I need to go get the cat? Is that what I have
I
to
think
go do?
so.
Yeah. No. I got it. I got it here. 1 second.
No,
Stretch.
No. I got it. No more stretching is needed. Dash Geese says for $5 Morning, fellas. I appreciate Uche being on. There is honest debate happening. You all participate and don't just scream in right constantly. Paul Minogue says there is no excuse for it. He didn't need to say it. AT&T would not have pulled their most hyped film. Clarification will need to be high profile. Mr. Tickle Trunks says for $20 Canadian some very wise words. People need to learn to wait to get all the facts and get the big picture on the events. Twitter killed the news because people want info now, no matter how accurate the info is. Avoid the attitude with this. Be smart. Be patient. Dark Shadow 308 says for $5, I'm getting sick of how everyone is talking about how stunning and brave Jeremy is. He sold out the community by not defending his community. And Rob, you were saying?
No. I just said stretch, that's all.
No, and I said Kitty because we got Kitty Cam back.
Oh, yeah, we have Kitty.
Damn it, Tom, stop impersonating me.
Yeah, okay. Look at the kitten, Kitty. How cute. And moving on, Mike sent a $1 super chat with no message, but thanks anyway. And Johnny Left Hand sent us $20, saying all of this drama is planned. You saying we need to support the Snyder Cut is saying support Warner. That's shilling. You can't support half the company, not the other one. Haha. Boycott or shut up. Well, again, as I said before, it's a company divided. There's factions. You have the management, which is AT&T, and they're the ones that want the Snyder Cut and for it to be to succeed. Warner they hate Snyder and they want the Snyder Cut to just go away. So actually, yeah, there's two factions there. That's the thing. Yeah. Mycetus says
I just want to clarify though too. We would never tell anybody what they should or shouldn't watch anyway.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
No.
To be clear, like you do what you want. If you want to support it, do. If you don't, by all means, don't. Just be informed about what it means. Like if you think that, I hate AT&T now because they did this, so I'm going to go and boycott. Well, actually, then you're playing into Warner's hands. So you do what is right for you, but just be informed of what the situation is.
Yeah, that's the last thing. I hate that when people say that I'm trying to tell somebody to watch something or not to watch something, and it's not the truth at all.
Yeah.
So even STD,
exactly.
If anything, I'm just warning people. It's like you watch it at your own risk. Yeah. But like an STD, you might catch something like a brain disease. I don't know.
It is not a matter of watching, but it's like everything that like you pay for, you vote for. But here's the thing: you have to be aware of exactly what it is you vote for. I mean, there were like some people that were like surprised by certain things happening in Syria, saying like, "This is not what I voted for." Yes, it was. You just weren't aware. And this is like the same thing here. Be aware of what you're voting for, and that's it. That's it. And then you decide. Just be informed about what you're doing.
And basically, Mecca's hitting it on the nail on the head here as far as the whole rap piece goes. She's like, they did this on purpose so we would fight over who watches it. And that's exactly it. So they can say, oh, well, you see these people over here who are supporting it. Well, they're supportive of this alt-right channel, of course, so... all that kind of nonsense. Yeah,
that's exactly it. Divide and conquer is the name of that strategy.
And again, that's where I say something is bad or give it a name and then associate people with said bad thing and then cancel said people. It's as simple as that. That's how it's just like the underwear gnomes.
Yeah. And then Mycetus says, people who now carelessly throw out the term alt-right have no additional respect for anyone, just on the regular right either. Just a PSA. Oh, very true. There's no difference. 487 Sean Towers says, I disagree with you guys. I believe this was intentional on Zach's part and virtue signaling. Huge like for freedom of thought and discussion.
Oh yeah, I think we grabbed that one earlier, but yeah. I mean, and again, that's we like discourse of thought here, even within our group. Even Andre, Rob, and I will get into different discussions about what things mean sometimes. But one thing I didn't really want to get into today too much was about what Zach himself meant and all that kind of stuff, because we don't know. And I didn't even want to, get into.
We heard from Uche. But that's pretty much it. So we don't know. We'll await further clarification.
All I know is what I felt at the time, which I made clear, and I even brought that up to Jeremy and Uche. So
yeah.
Everybody gets a little heated in the moment, So it'll be interesting to see what pans out.
Indeed. Moving on from there,
a little heated.
Well,
I'm quite heated.
Tempering it down a little bit.
Yeah, very a lot of passion.
The kitty helps.
Yeah. Well, everybody loves the cat.
It's calming.
And then Willie Woodward says, I'll be honest, I'm not normally a fan of Jeremy, but he was done wrong. However, I'm not mad at Zach. I'm mad at WB. Hollywood needs to get we're not the enemy. Brad DL says, the stuff you're saying and talking about. what you have to do to prove you're not X to the media. It's the same stuff people in Gamergate said didn't work. Now, of course, because they have a narrative, so nothing's really going to work there. Paul Minogue says, diversity is brilliant, which the Geeks and Gamers stream was. But why are groups of white people alt-right? No other group is treated like this. History will not judge this well. No, it won't, depending on who wins.
Again, it's all manufactured. Say something.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And Christopher Tox has two super chats after each other. One is, Ryan looked so disappointed, and Zack Snyder on the muscular dystrophy telethon. Before we get into this, I want to say I'm not associated with Jerry Lewis. Larry says...
Actually, they probably do say that nowadays, to be honest.
Probably. And then Larry says, F Hollywood. Screw those weasels that put narrative above a charity stream. They do no homework on who they call names. They're all lazy numbnuts. And Bruce Campbell was in Maniac Cop, I guess it's supposed to say, because I only see it, but he was. Sent us a unicorn super sticker, so thanks for that. And Cosmo James says, for $10, thank you so much, I'm not interested in watching the C-team of the MCU. Might watch one day, no rush. Obviously in reference to Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I don't care about that one bit. And Brad DL says, what they're doing to Geeks and Gamers right now is what the shill media did to smear people during Gamergate. Michael Deitch says, Geeks and Gamers fumble the snap with the no logo stipulation, triggering predictable corporate-driven chaos rookie mistake. Sucks, but avoidable with attention to detail. And then Darth Cerebrus says, Matt Vader isn't associated with Midnight's Edge. Also, he's against hate and assaults that adorable clouds with legs.
I've learned the secret to internet stardom. It's have a white fluffy cat.
Yes, it is.
That helps. It worked for Blofeld.
He's going to be on every stream I'm ever on going forward.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. And STR Red Wolf says for $5, who cares about the main topic? Matt Vader 74 has felines. Hit the like button for that. So yeah, they're right on cue. Bishop Cruz says for $5, Snyder never said it was shot for 185 and expanded. He wanted it shot in 4:3-ish, and this is the full frame he wanted. Well, I'd have to do more research on it. Sketch Therapy says, Alien Xenomorph is anti-Comicsgate and channel Flagger Liam, who was humiliated in the Camel Moon animation in which I appear. He hates EVS and me. So yeah, that's okay. Yeah, they have they got it going here. So that's a Sketch Therapy saying about Alien Xenomorph after Alien Xenomorph said earlier.
They're having a little lovers quarrel in the chat.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, basically there are 5 super chats from Alien Xenomorph, so thanks for the support, in which he accuses Sketch Therapy of false flagging EVS and that he's gonna false flag him and us down the line. So yeah, they got it going on, and thanks for your support in the meantime. And then Mags sends $5 saying, sending money love for Kitty sighting. So yeah, that's a big win right there.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
And Rave Forever said, I have to say this. Jeremy had an agreement with Zack, and Geeks and Gamers broke the agreement. Randy Wackenfeld says for $5, Zack Snyder's Justice League, different enough to enjoy, but excessive use of slow-mo and repetitive dialogue broke immersion. Could have been at least 30 minutes shorter. B-. And Stephen Otten says Helen Mirren is always a win. Hashtag I would be good at cinema wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was so. To those that missed it, we had Helen Mirren on in a cameo appearance in our Blood In, Blood Out live reunion roundtable in support of the Latino theater. So go check that out.
Which already had Ben Bratt, Taylor Hackford, just to name a few.
Jesse Borrego.
We had Enrique, what's his last name? We call him Kiki, but
Castillo,
yeah.
Yeah, Jeff Rivas.
Jeff Rivas, of course, who helped put it together.
Taylor Hackford,
which
Jimmy Santiago Baca, the playwright poet.
Yeah, that's right.
Jesus. But I know a lot of people are here today, and it's wonderful. If you guys missed it, we missed you guys. I know there's a lot going on yesterday. Just really quick, hit the replay. It's worth it.
It is totally worth it. It's like one of the best reunion roundtables ever. So go check it out. Robert Meyer Burnett hosting and everything.
I was just going to say that Robert Meyer Burnett
did an awesome job for us.
He did indeed. And getting back to the super chats,
juggling we had to do.
Yeah, that was. But still, I think it worked out pretty amazing in the end. And Hypergiver 2 says, "Hey Rob, what's the best place to order issues of The Last Ronin comics from? I don't have a comic shop anywhere near me."
He probably meant to ask me that question. eBay, man. After that point, if you can't get it ahead of time, pre-order it in someplace online. Your only way of getting it is usually eBay, because they've been pretty limited runs. Now you can generally find the basic version of it fairly affordable. But yeah,
you can also try, I believe it's called mycomicbookshop.com. That's like a Texas-based retailer. They're also pretty awesome.
I was going to say, otherwise there's probably plenty of local retailers that'll do online stuff. In fact, I think that's where I ended up buying one of my comics through. It was through eBay, but it ended up coming from a comic shop. It had all the card and everything in there. So that's basically what they're doing. Yeah, eBay or mycomicshop.com says Clobbering Times, and he would know.
Well, wait, I think it was Lone Star Comics. That was the name of the one I was using. Let me just check that real quick.
Yeah, either way.
Because they blew me away. No. Yeah, no, it's My Comic Shop. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. I think they're Texas-based, and I ordered comics from there once that were sent from Texas to Norway, and I was blown away by the cardboard box that they used to protect the contents. You could run a tank over that cardboard box, and it would be fine. I was thinking, whoa, this is real American quality over that cardboard. But yeah, so many places to go there. Moving on. Admiral Awesome says, "Bring back the cat." And Stephen Otten also says, "My people have been observing cats for quite some time, and we find their species to be the most intelligent. They will be spared when we take over." And Krusty Clown College also says, hashtag "release the human hand cut of cats." And Kit Kat sent a kitty super sticker, and as a contrast, Mr. Tickletrunk sent a doggy super sticker. And Mags wants an extended cut of Koalas in the Rain, which will be forthcoming when we are with the super chats. Pete Burrows, your creativity, something I cannot see, but Pete Burrows' creativity says for £4.99. Why do they need so many universes? How about they keep it simple and just stick to one? Surely that's better business sense. Well, actually, I can answer that. It's because they don't have a Kevin Feige, and they aren't skilled enough to make it work. That's why. Zach Tomko says for $20, thank you so much. Did you see the Rotten Tomatoes critics and audience scores? The audience score is 97% and critics 75%. And the original Justice League is 40% critic score. If this gets any more traction, do you think we will see a Justice League 2? And I can answer that. That depends on one thing only. the number of HBO Max subscriptions over the course of the next week. If they are through the roof, you'll be getting a Justice League 2 and the continuation of the Snyderverse. If it isn't, you won't. That simple.
I mean, I know a few people just off the top of my head that are getting HBO Max just to watch this.
Which it has to be enough, though. Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be a shit ton of people to do it. If there's a shit ton of people that sign on for this,
what I'm meaning is it's just like, I know just normal random people that aren't nerds that are getting HBO Max to watch this, and they're going to get King Kong as a bonus in the end there. But they're going to see an increase in numbers. I have no doubt about that. I don't know if it's enough, but I guess we'll see, right? So.
Yeah, well, they're going to have competition with themselves in theaters on top of it, though, too, as well, coming up here, because they're already poising Godzilla versus Kong to have the biggest opening weekend post-pandemic. So it'll be interesting to see. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that compares, and I'm sure they'll make the comparisons. I mean, it's a little early to see so far. I hate to be the whatever you want to call it. Harbinger of bad news. It doesn't really look like the overall effect probably is enough to cause enough waves for a Snyderverse to continue, but it's early. We'll have to wait and see how this next week plays out. Like Andre said, if come Monday morning we see headlines saying, Snyder Cut is a hit, HBO Max sees record numbers, that's a good sign that something might come out of it. But if we don't see any headlines like that next week, then that's probably not going to happen.
The other issue I'm seeing, and this happened at work twice last night, is people are asking other people with accounts for their passwords. The password account sharing thing that everybody
we got leaked online ahead of time as well.
So there's going to be a lot of that go down too. So I mean, it is what it is. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people see this that aren't paying for it. So.
The upside though is the studios do pay attention to how much is getting downloaded, because we've been told by not just you can find it in several interviews, but we've been told by people directly. In fact, we know for a fact that movies like Dredd 2 happening specifically were affected by the fact that it was downloaded so much more than it was actually bought.
Is that happening?
Yeah, they're paying attention to a lot of that shit. In fact, HBO kept on top of how much, because Game of Thrones was the highest downloaded show for years.
I would love Dredd 2.
It's not happening. Dredd 2 is 100%
it's dead
in the water. It's not happening.
No, that's what I said. Between all the shit that happened behind the scenes and everything else, it's not going to happen. No,
that's like the best Dredd movie ever made.
But the studio decided that from day one because it was just not making them any money.
Through their own fault, I might add.
Yeah, and that's true. But that's one of those cases where piracy doesn't help. I mean, if you have a situation with a movie like, these big movies or something like Game of Thrones, HBO is just paying attention to how many other people that they're losing money out on. They're still making money on the back end. Something like Dredd, though, gets hurt by the piracy. That's what I was getting at.
So would like a Zack Snyder bring the Snyder back #movement kind of thing work for a movie like a Dredd?
Only if it translates into actual subscription numbers for HBO Max. You can tweet all you want. The only thing that's going to
he's asking about Dredd specifically.
Numbers.
And Dredd, unfortunately, Dredd's
not anymore.
Dredd's kind of dead.
Yeah, it's so sad.
Yeah,
it's completely dead. And what's happening with Dredd right now is that the rights are back with Rebellion, who were trying to make a Dredd series on their own.
Two of them, I think, in fact, weren't they?
One series. They're making several series, but only one relating to Judge Dredd.
Well, yeah, but there was that other one too that was there was the Mega City one, and then there was
it's just
they were trying to make a Rogue Trooper movie.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, but the only thing that has to do with Dredd is the Mega City 1 series.
Yeah, okay.
And they, unfortunately, in my opinion, went with the wrong vision, because their head creative He has an idea of how it should be. In my opinion, he has the wrong idea. And as evidence of that, the whole thing fell apart, and they're right back with starting point. Like, put it this way, Carl Urban was theirs to lose, and they lost him.
It's
And
so
in my
unfortunate.
opinion, it's because he didn't agree with their take. But we have a few more super chats to plow through. Timothy Kowalski says for $10, I viewed it all in one sitting and loved it. Its themes were, to me, a lot deeper than any MCU movie other than Winter Soldier. But yes, it may have been a little overindulgent. M Tax Shark says, see it or they win after being insulted. No. Well, that's entirely up to you. We just want to inform you of what you're voting for one way or the other. Then it's up to you to vote. Mikizilla says for $10, no one knows what Snyder would have released in the theaters. As a major DC Comics fan, I was disappointed because the characterization wasn't faithfully adapted here. And the Rubber Band Man says, please stop. The petty judging the movie was great. It was massively better than Whedon's movie. And then I'm just going to hit refresh here to get anything new. Just give me 1 second, and we will be right back continuing. Because then we have, just going to go down here to where we were. Oh, I see. We still have some ways to go here. Here we are. Robert says, to fix the Flash running, film Tom Cruise running, then deep fake Ezra Miller on him. LOL. Yeah, that would be better. Captain Robert April says, I want to see Zach's clarification on a live stream on Geeks and Gamers with Jeremy there. I agree. That's honestly what they should do.
Yeah,
Bertrand Kurt Russell says for $5, we raised a bunch of money for self-cancel prevention. Censoring myself. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. That's the key for me. I've lost 3 friends to it. The rest is just drama. And to clarify, I do not appreciate you censoring yourself. I really don't. But I do appreciate you recognizing that we have to deal with some bots here that are monitoring what is written and what is said. So thank you for taking that into consideration, although we are against censoring in all forms, although we find ourselves frequently forced to have to self-censor, which really sucks. West Nile Chan says for $20, Jeremy would do well to distance himself from Uche. Uche was conditioned to simp for Hollywood and billionaires in the NFL, and he'll take any path that gets him in their good books. And I believe it was probably to that Jeremy himself then sent us the $50 super chat saying, I'm not distancing myself from Uche. We covered that. Richard Dangler,
and on that, I just want to say that real quick. Like, again, both things can be true. He doesn't have to agree with what Uche says or how he handled it. It was Uche's channel. People need to remember that as well. Jeremy owned a lot of stuff here today as far as like the Geeks and Gamer logo being on there, which caused part of the disturbance to begin with, which if that is his fault, he took responsibility for it either way. As far as the rest goes, the clarification is on Zach now. And hopefully he plays it right. Because, I mean, that's, as an audience member in this instance, I can say that, yeah, you got to make sure that fucker counts, because regardless of what you meant by what you said at the time, it doesn't matter now because that rap article has decided for you.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not going away. And Richard Dangler says, so Uche supports cancel culture then, once EVS streams taken down. And JPat says, you're so wrapped up in yourself, you just supported cancel culture, Uche. And George Barrett clarifies, I called you Matt in my previous super chat. Sorry, Tom. Well, I'm
Oh,
sure
you wanted me to? Oh, Uche. Well, I did kind of. I mean, I guess I did kind of hit him with a few more questions than after that fact, probably, or around that time period. So hopefully, I did what you wanted me to. Then.
Yeah. Well, I think that we were fairly rounded in both questions and bringing up super chats that were even very critical. John Williams says, I wasn't in the chat, but Uche did right by focusing on the stream. Yeah, we have this one here. And then we have HBG3 says, hashtag brand over fans. He didn't lead anything, probably in reference to Jeremy. West Nile Chan says, mark my words, Uche will be to Geeks and Gamers what Matt Jarbo was for Midnight's Edge. He may last longer than Matt because Matt was fat and unimportant. Uche
Well, to be clear, Matt never worked for us. He was never. I don't know where this comes from. There's this idea that Matt was like affiliated with Midnight's Edge. He was a guest a few times on streams. And I'm not distancing myself from him in any way, in that shape or form, in that respect. It's just the truth. I don't know where some people have this idea from, but yeah, unless Andre has more to say about it than that, I don't understand. There's no comparison there because Uche is actually part of his team. He's part of the Geeks and Gamers team, so that's a big difference. Now, if you were to say like Rob or me compared to Andre and that type, but yeah, no, like that's no.
Yeah, if we suddenly start, if like suddenly Rob disappears, then you can start asking questions.
Then you could say that.
Mycetus says,
but I wouldn't say that because you never know. Rob might disappear without that. So.
But yeah, moving on. Mycetus says, something no one's talked about. How great was it that Tyrone Magnus was on that stream too? Magnusite fan here. Oh yeah, Mycetus is a Magnusite, also with some crossover. And Darth Cerebro says, well done sticking up for your team, Jeremy. Shame the paying customers and subscribers got sold down the river as a result. Slashburn Theory said, much respect to Jeremy. Friendship is more important than what some random online unknown thinks. Wooly Woodward says, people who say simp super chats. Why? Because we don't agree with you? Grow up. Yeah, well, we have diversity and opinion for everyone here. Everyone's welcome. So as long as you're like minimum respectful. But beyond that, we appreciate diversity of opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I like
have a conversation.
I mean, I like a hot take just like the next guy, but that's why on this one is specifically because Jeremy was involved and all that kind of stuff. I didn't want to just jump on the hate train right away, even though I'm not a fan of Snyder's. I'm not. I've made that abundantly clear. The only films of his that I actually like are Watchmen and Dawn of the Dead and 300. Otherwise, I don't care for any of his films, and I've been very vocal about how much I hate what he's done to Superman. But I do enjoy his take on Batman. That's about it. So, like, yeah, it's kind of mostly a negative.
Yeah, I've come around on Man of Steel on the negative side. Robert Timus calls it the Man of Stool, and I think that's a great analysis.
And moving on, Jay says, I agree. Wait till all the facts are in to make a take on something that goes to both the statement and the tragedy. Remember, not everyone is in the loop. Angry Trollbot says, time to stop moping. You're all feeling terrible for what the Hollywood machine did. You did everything the right way. You're punk rock. Never forget. And JPat says, we don't want you to cancel Uche, Jeremy. We want him to acknowledge that he messed up and continues to do so by ignoring and dismissing valid criticism. I wish we had seen this before. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to bring this one up when I'm really sorry about that. This was a good one. I'm so sorry. But if we get the opportunity, I bring this one up. Absolutely will.
Yeah, but that's also, up to Uche to decide, too, what he feels. So,
Yeah, but it's not up to him to decide what we bring up if he's here. But so if I had seen this, I would have brought this up.
I meant just to respond in the way that the.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So for him to respond, but if he's here, is for us to bring it up. Right, and I just simply didn't see this when it drowned with the others. So sorry about that.
I was just trying to give some sort of response since we didn't have him here. So.
And JPat says, no, that was the one we just had. Paul Minogue says, Uche's logo stayed on the site. Was it a surprise to WB that that Geeks and Gamers were so involved, hence the late furore? Or was it actually Uche's work? No, actually, from what we heard, though, it was agreed in advance that Geeks and Gamers logo couldn't be there. They probably didn't mind so much, but things didn't work out evidently with that.
Yeah, it sounds from his version of it, yeah.
Yeah. And Till All On says, I'd like to say for the record that I do associate with Geeks and Gamers. I don't associate with Hollywood LBBS. Yeah, we got this one. Nova Zero says, can we put together a campaign to get a transition for Jeremy and replace Lucasfilm's head for him? Oh, I'd be all for that. And then Mexican Iron Man, our good friend Mike, says for $19.99. Muchas gracias, amigo. No. Hail Midnight's Edge. What a week. Oh, yeah, hail brother Uche. Hail my fearless leader Jeremy. Hi, Paulie, Mexican Iron Man, ever so proud to be a Geeks and Games. Remember, send me in, guys, ready, fight. Yeah, we got this one anyway, but yeah, thanks for the support. Fat Steven Seagal, the grifter now, says, you guys and King Geeks and Gamers did all the work. Be proud. Yeah, indeed. And Willie Woodward says, question to the panel, since Uche and Jeremy are on, what's the best way to move forward? Show Hollywood that we're not their enemy, or create our own market? Now that's a good question, Tom. No, actually, let's begin with our esteemed guests before we give our take. Matt Vader. What's the best way to move forward?
I missed the question. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Sure thing. The question is.
Matt, you gotta listen.
What is the best way to move forward? Show Hollywood that we're not their enemy, or create our own market? Real quick answer.
Create our own market. I don't think there's any. They're not going to listen to us. They don't care what we think.
Yeah, Paulie.
I was drinking. That was a quick answer.
Sure, right after you give him shit.
I know, right? I'm a loser. Same as Matt.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. That's.
I mean, if those are the two choices.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know,
if you get canceled, you make your own audience. Look at EVS. Look what he did.
That's. I mean, it's just going to take some time, especially on a movie or television side of things, or at least in the same respect that television works, because there is that entry point, and that's what they make it so difficult to do. But the great thing about YouTube and stuff like that is it's opened up that door to get your stuff out there. I mean, shit, I just put a song out there the other day just because, I mean, you didn't hear it yet?
No.
Are you kidding me?
No. Has anyone in the chat heard it?
The greatest fucking song ever written.
Chat, I want to hear this song. Who's with me?
Spin Magazine says, I loved it. It was much better than Cats. I'm going to see it again and again.
I mean, if Andre doesn't care if we play like a minute of it, I don't know about the whole thing.
Well, give 20 seconds then.
We're going to play, do I get to be Simon Cowell?
Shit. We'll play the first verse and chorus. Here we go.
Yeah.
Earthquaking, booty shaking, let's get this fucker started. High class, big brass, pretty little lions in a row. No cash, so crass, wrap it up in a bow. I'm so heavy, my head hangs low. When you gonna tell me what you don't know? The whole world's gone crazy, but that's okay now. Don't worry, baby, I won't fade away. Get down. today, but I don't want you to break. No, no, no. Everything I wear looks like shit on me, but baby, I look good on you. Maybe if I knew just what to say, then maybe you'd know what to do.
Okay, so
That's enough.
That's fire, man.
You can hear the whole song over on Mead.
That's fire. Yeah. That's fire, baby. I like how everyone's like headed towards your head.
Yeah.
I like picture. No, this is serious. I picture some sort of like teen sensation, like singing that, written by Tom Connors. You know what I mean? No, really. Like I picture that being like being written for somebody.
You're destined to have a residency here in Vegas very soon. I can't wait. One of the clubs. They're all opening up again. The clubs are, so they're going to need some DJs, and you're destined for stardom.
I hope so.
We got to get this charting. We have to get this charting.
Well, I'm waiting to hear back from iTunes and stuff like that. It's been waiting, at least the single, but I have a whole album I'm working on, but I got to take time on it. You know.
Is this called
in the event?
You're fired, baby. You're fired.
It's called Tom Trolls the World.
Well, hey, Az got in the charts, so I gotta try.
And moving on from there, the question was show Hollywood that we're not their enemy or create our own market. Tom clearly has the answer to that. Rob, show Hollywood that we're not the enemy or create our own market.
Create our own market. They're always going to see us as the enemy because we're a threat to their livelihood.
Whereas I would say is one does not have to rule out the other. You can do a little bit of both. We are now in a position where we actually can create our own market. Plus, I think it's important to vote with your wallet for what you want more of. One doesn't have to rule out the other. And then Max has a very pertinent question. Do you think this was a 4D chess move made by Warner, causing this emotional turmoil and the spin afterwards? Anyone else have a take on that before I spill the facts on it?
I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. And it gets extra eyeballs about the film, and then maybe dismantling some of the people in the communities in the fandom, turning against each other, all that. I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah. I don't think they're that smart.
Tom, Rob?
They're crafty.
Maybe.
That's the problem, is you can never put shit past idiots in Hollywood. But the way this whole thing went down, I don't know. I have no idea.
As for me, I think that Matt is on the money here. This being a 4D chess move is giving them way too much credit. I think it's actually really, really simple. There was an agreement that the Geeks and Gamers logo couldn't be there. Someone screwed up a little bit, and the Geeks and Gamers logo was there. For a corporation, that is a huge, huge thing. I do believe what both Uche and Jeremy has told us in that there was a screw up. Because of that, Zack Snyder was required by Warner to make that statement. He's not a very good public speaker, and then the whole thing spiraled out of control. I do not think for 1 second that this was a strategic move, that they had planned to sow this kind of discord. However, I assure you that the people at Warner, they are high-fiving each other, they're popping the champagne, and they're super happy about this because the shade was thrown at Snyder and the Snyder Cut, and Warner hates them both. So there's your answer. They lucked out with this, but they didn't plan it this way. Diego Flores says, Jeremy, I respect you even more after that. Also, do you have an email to contact you, since I want to say a lot more than can fit in super chats? Yeah, if you go into the About page, there's a contact information and there's an email address that you can use to reach us.
Yeah, if not, you can always get a hold of me on Twitter and stuff usually too.
Yeah, that too. And Matthew Kadish says, I'm a genius. SaltyNerdVideo.com has proof. Yeah, we got that one. And Darth Cerebra said, respect to the Geeks and Gamers team, yes. But what about the paying customer? Paying customer needs respect too, absolutely. And that was like the really unfortunate thing. It's like they're like the audience and those that had actually supported things, not just those that had organized the charity stream, but those that were there, the community that had supported everything, also got slapped in the face, and that's like really unfortunate. And then Bogue says, strawberries are the superior berry. So yeah, I'm not going to disagree.
Hard to argue with that one.
It is indeed. And 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser says, I enjoy the Snyder Cut, but I would take back watching it if it meant the movie didn't release, because Zack stood up for the fans. And Comic Book Steals and Deals says, what Zack should have said. I rarely support hate groups, but when I do, it has to be geeks and gamers. That would have helped.
Oh, that surely would have helped.
It reminds me of, I normally don't drink beer, but when I do, I drink Dos Equis.
Yeah.
Stay thirsty, my friends.
Yeah.
That's right.
And Francisco Sanchez Jr. says, for $20, thank you so much. In the end, this cut reminds me of what I don't like about Snyder as a filmmaker. Empty spectacle, repetitive, and full of slow motion. Better than the original, but mostly bloated, in my opinion. A cyborg origin film in disguise.
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt. I mean, I'm not going to sit there and say there isn't a bunch of new stuff here. That's for sure, but I mean, my first response to Andre and Rob are, oh God, I'm trying to get through slow motion the movie.
Whereas my response to his response, I didn't type it, but I was like, why the hell are you watching it? I didn't ask you to see that.
Because I had other shit I was waiting for, so I was like,
you didn't? Damn. Damn,
and then I got to the slow motion bits through the Aquaman scene, and I'm like, I don't understand all this slow motion. And well, maybe this one's for the ladies to fap to, but
with a lot of
the Aquaman scene went on way too. He took his shirt off for 20 minutes.
If you speed up all the slow motion scenes, then you can go get through the movie in an hour and a half.
I timed it. It was like I had to make 2 videos. That's how long it was.
What's the time stamp for that?
Those ladies singing to him.
That's like I need some fapping material.
No, I need it for my wife.
Well, there you go. Yeah, get the wifey all hot and bothered. It's right at, I don't remember the time stamp, but it's right after the scene where he tells Bruce Wayne to basically go fuck himself.
Yeah.
Early on.
Yeah, and then I literally did though to show. I was showing the slow motion off through the chat in the private chat to Robin and Andre, and I had to use 2 videos to show the slow motion scene of. That's all he did was take his shirt off and take the drink, the rest of the bottle, and throw like that whole scene was taking so long. It took 2 videos to show just a bit of it, just to show what I was talking about.
Oh, that was the scene where the waves come up over the top.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. That whole scene's like, I'm like, is this going to go any longer? I mean, Jesus.
Well, that's after
the
he brought in
women were singing.
Yeah,
no,
that was after. It was
Okay.
after that. Yeah,
the Icelandic women singing were after it was like the really horribly acted scene.
No.
inside.
So it'd be this. I'm sorry, it'd be the second time. My
second
bad.
time he brought in the fisherman.
Yeah, that's when it was the fisherman scene. My bad.
Respect the storm.
Yeah, respect the storm. Yeah.
Romy was watching.
Yeah, women enjoyed that. That's right, Christopher Talk. They get 10 minutes of slow-mo, wet, shirtless, drinking, flexing, whatever.
That's the only reason why Romy saw some of it with me yesterday, and she's like, "Oh, Affleck sucks." Oh, Jason. That's how she said it. What are you gonna do?
He was Conan, I guess. So
Yeah, that he was.
You really are crazy, bro. You really are crazy.
And then moving on from there. Oh, here's one we actually can bring up on screen for once in a blue moon, which is always awesome. Yeah, there it's Spirit, but here, yeah. Stephen Otten says for $10, the stream was well intentioned. I had the chance to take back my donation, but did not. The subject is too close to me. I admire Geeks and Gamers, Paulie, and Drunk 3PO for what they do. Yes, indeed. Applause to.
No, and I understand that gut reaction, but then again, it's like, no, this is not like you ordered a Blu-ray, right? Like you donated to a good cause, So yeah, the last thing you're going to want to do is take the money back. That's just silly.
Yeah, nobody should feel bad about making a donation to that.
No.
I don't know how I got lumped in there, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, everybody loves the stream from yesterday.
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, I think he did yesterday too, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There was a lot of people. That was one thing I did notice. There was a lot of people in and out of that stream at some point because we had a lot of likes, and we made just ourselves over like I think $1,200 just in that. So that was amazing what we were able to pull off.
All of that, by the way, which will be forwarded. Uncut, and we will of course cover like YouTube's fees, so that's like our donation.
Yeah, we didn't even get a chance, I think, to address that. But for those who are wondering, like, we tried to set it up as a charity stream, but it was because it was actually a fundraiser, not a charity. I guess that caused some issues. So yeah, we will make up the difference on what.
Yeah, so that's our contribution is making up the difference between YouTube's cut and what was actually donated. So we'll cover that, and the whole amount that was donated is going to go uncut to the Latino theater, and we're very proud to have been able to support it.
Hey, Paulie, get some for the kids, huh? Get something nice for the kids.
Yeah, and the John,
kids there.
What are you going to do?
Yeah. And Tom or Rob, you're going to have to read this one.
Waves were ladies splooshing stalker sweaters.
Waves were lady splooshing stalker sweater sniffer.
Yeah, she was a bit of a stalker sweater sniffer. Just don't let Amber find out, or that bitch is dead.
Yeah, exactly. Moving on, Durao On says for €5, the real MVP is Gina Carano. Indeed, because Gina Carano, she tweeted full support of Geeks and Gamers. For those that didn't see.
She did.
Yeah, she's the hero of the hour. Do you think she did the right thing, or will she make the stance angrier for praising Geeks and Gamers in her Twitter? Matt, take us out. Did Gina Carano do the right thing, or is she going to make the Twitter stance even more angry?
No, she absolutely did the right thing. She, it's right on brand with her, man. She's right in there with all of us as far as our attitude towards Hollywood and their cancel culture go. So, yeah, 100%. We all love Gina, and she loves us, and that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
So,
Paulie, did Gina Carano do the right thing?
I stand with Gina Carano.
Hell yeah.
Always.
Yeah. Rob.
That's it.
Yes.
Yes, and I need to, you know what? That just reminds me, I need to retweet that as well. And that's an easy way for us to show our support with Geeks and Gamers. I'm saying I haven't done it with the Latino.
Well, get on that. Your Twittering
I go now.
I
go.
Zach Tomko sent in $10 just now. Here says the Justice League Snyder Cut is being released on Ultra Blu-ray or 4K Blu-ray and Blu-ray in Australia and Germany on May 26th and May 27th, which is pretty in line with what I was kind of hearing and figuring. I thought it might be a little bit sooner than that, but I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I think whenever it was that I said that, because I think BVS came out this week in 4K, and then Wonder Woman I think comes out next week, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, it's pretty close. I thought it'd be sooner, but yeah, they want to have some time for the streaming side of things.
I don't see it announced in Norway yet, so then it looks like I might be getting a Deutschland import again. It's been a while.
Stanley's like, will it be in widescreen?
I gotta get a region-free Blu-ray player. That's
I got
You
one.
don't need it for 4K. 4K
Not for
is
4K,
already,
but-
it's already
Well,
like universal.
He doesn't have a 4K TV though, Andre.
No,
His
I don't.
TV's from
And also,
1972.
but also it's Warner, and Warner doesn't do region protection. Warner is
Normally they
region
don't.
free worldwide.
Yeah, like
And
even
as a general thing.
generally they're not.
I
Even
forgot-
Disney's mostly region free
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, Tom's seen my setup. I gotta use needle nose pliers to change the channel, like in the old days. Yeah.
Rabbit ears. And everything he watches comes from 1972, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. And as for Gina Carano, my thoughts on that is that yes, she did absolutely the right thing, and it doesn't matter if she makes the Twitter stance all cancelled, because she was already cancelled.
Yep.
And she's already affiliated with Ben Shapiro, so she's right now a walking open wound for them. So it doesn't matter what she does at this point.
You talk about making our own content. That's exactly what she's doing with Ben Shapiro, right? Making our own stuff, making her own movie with our people, so it's good.
Yeah, indeed. And then Tiberius Monk says, just got paid and want to show some love to the Midnighters. Oh, thank you. About to watch BVS Ultimate Edition now and Zack Snyder's Justice League tomorrow. Yeah, that's the immersive experience right there. And HyperGyver2 says, I'm familiar with mycomicshop.com. I filled in all my John Byrne She-Hulk issues through them. Also, cute cat. Looks like my fluffy little boy Dexter. Oh yeah, everyone is loving the kitty.
And no, he said he has to watch the one tonight and the other one tomorrow because it'll take him that long just to watch the
Well, obviously,
of BVS, and then Justice League is 5 hours long. So
yeah, I mean that's like a good 8 hours. That's all he watched there. You can't do that in one go.
I know, it's just being facetious.
Yeah. And if you bring in the Man of Steel, then we're up to like 11 hours of solid watching almost.
And Cesario JPN, if I could talk today, will the Snyder Cut be on Betamax? It might be. It's in the proper screen format.
Yeah, so they might as well put it there.
Someone will do it.
Yeah. And Roll Titan says, everyone saying they wish they didn't donate. Grow up. If you were donating to an important cause because of a movie and not the cause, you suck.
Well, I understand everybody's reaction to that, but again, that's the thing, is the main thing. I mean, I wouldn't go to that extent to be like, just grow up, blah, 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 blah. But I'd still be like, look, it's going to a good cause. It's not going to Zack Snyder. So breathe. I know it's really shitty for that to have happened, but there's no sense in taking back a donation to a charity. That's just,
Yeah, exactly. And then Roll Titan says, everyone saying they wish they... Oh, yeah, that was the one we just did. Christopher Tock says, Tom's song made me Giassi. So, yeah, that's a brilliant one.
Oh, boyfriend.
Yeah. And Mexican Iron Man says, #fired Polly, if he hasn't already fallen in love with the nation's #1 You song.
No. You did not read that right, Andre. It's #fire.
This is Casey Kasem, man, our new #1 single.
Polly.
Yeah, because I was saying Tom's song is fire.
Now we got a long distance dedication to a dog. A fucking dog.
Sent us a diamond super sticker. And the John Beck says, we've taken all of those that are left here. I'm going to see if there's any more. And there are.
Quit taking me out of those up-tempo Tom Connor songs when I got to do a long-distance fucking dedication to a dead fucking dog. Jesus fucking Christ. You ever heard that?
Every time,
Yeah,
man, every time.
where's that from?
They-
That was
they
familiar.
do this to me every time.
That's
Oh, God,
Case.
that's
That's
classic.
Case.
It's on one of his outtakes. He like freaks the fuck out. How many fucking times I gotta tell him quit coming out of an up-tempo song when I gotta do a long distance dedication to a dead fucking dog? Jesus fucking Christ!
Do this to me every time, man.
Somebody use their fucking brain around here.
Yeah, somebody use their fucking brain around here.
But then he's like under his breath every time, man. They do this
Yeah,
every
every fucking time they do this to me.
Ponderous, man. It's ponderous.
But
Yeah, ponderous. It's fucking ponderous.
I would
Speaking
say
of,
that.
Sporking News Podcast says Polly to 10K. Love you all.
We'll get him there. We'll get him there.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Before you know it, we'll be way past that. We'll get him there.
Oh yeah. We're having a good.
And
time.
then
thank
Steve
you,
Naughton,
Sporking.
Also,
Thank you.
one we can get on screen here, regardless of who's to blame, he says, Warner Brothers or Zack Snyder, I feel a public apology to the fandom is needed, or else they will face the consequences. Well, I mean, a public apology is what's needed. I don't know what good it will do at this point, but more so for just because of the stupid crap like the rap. Like, that's the thing that bothers me most. It would be one thing if it could just stay within like a community like this. We all know the truth. But once the rap picked up on it, that's when I didn't want to cause a bunch of stir to it, bring a bunch more attention to it by going out there and be all like, fuck Zack Snyder and shit like that. And L Punk Trace wants to say hello. So hello, L Punk Trace.
Hello. Pleasure to have you here.
Punk 13.
Absolutely.
El Punk 13.
For those who have stayed with us to this almost 4-hour mark, oh my goodness gracious, great balls of fire. But
yeah, you know what, to think that Tom and I, we were so stupid that when we started this thing, we thought that like the intention was that let's try to keep it to under 1 hour. That went out of the window.
Well, I knew that was never going to happen. And then when Uche came in and stuff like that, I knew that was not going to happen.
Yep.
Punk 13. Yeah, when Uche come on, yeah. I'm like, here we go again.
It's of course
done
right.
like 10 hours
Politics
with you
matter.
guys. The last 24.
Oh yeah, well you can get used to it.
Yes, sir.
Mag says, "See, optics matter. I know the MSN would pick it up immediately. Oh hell yeah, any chance to grab on, go to anyone." And Jason Gallagher is a good one. That's what Geeks and Gamers is really missing. The
Geeks and Gamers.
yeah, I need to
Gamers.
Geeks and Gamers. Yeah,
Okay.
wouldn't be quite as well.
I just got a text from Mexican Iron Man. Yes, it indeed was not Fire Polly, but Fire. Hashtag Fire Polly. All right, thank you, Mexican.
Lo siento. Hashtag
Lo siento
fire.
mucho.
Usurp you and take over. It's like there's only enough for room. One Mexican in here. Fuck off.
And that Mexican is Robert.
Hey!
And he's not even
let's
really
see.
Mexican. He just sounds like one.
Today, wonder why his super chat was skipped. Or if it was skipped. Let me just go and double check that. I don't think I've skipped a single one.
Have we got to it yet? That was the other question.
No. We are as we are right now in this moment caught up where we should be. So I'm just gonna go and double check and make sure we didn't miss.
Yeah, we try not to miss anybody's.
Yeah, we try not to. So just give me 1 second. Well, we don't know if there's anything to be sorry about just yet. In the meantime, Tom, if you can take the one that's currently on screen,
sure.
While I look for this one.
I don't remember you saying brightest day, so I don't know. Yeah. The John Beck says, facts to refute the hate. Zack Snyder and the stars all showed up, and they thanked fans for the fundraising at the end of the red carpet show. Shill Media's jealous. I mean, yeah, that's one thing to keep in mind. We always have to, again, I that's why I stressed from the start. I did not want to, in any way, shape, or form, try to speculate on what Zack himself meant. I think he needs to speak out himself on this, because then you get things like the rap story otherwise. So yeah, did you find it there, Andre? Or
I cannot see that we have received any super chat from. Oh no, here. Brightest day for you said. Petition Zack Snyder to match the donations as a gesture of apology and good faith at a minimum.
Did we catch that one or not? I mean, I
no,
kind of remember it. But
we might have missed that one. So
I remember seeing
for calling us out.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'm so sorry about that. That's because again, it was a lot of back and forth right now, and this one happened to be in a blank spot in between those two guys trying to cancel each other.
That might have been the case. Yeah, because normally, like I said, we hit every single one no matter what. So sorry about that. And we got our buddy in the chat, Michael. How you doing? Playing some Tomb Raider in the background, or listening to us while playing Tomb Raider, I should say, in the background. Hope you're doing well. Hope to have you back
on the Sega Mega Drive.
I don't think it ever made its way.
Yeah, no, that would be why I never played it then.
Andre.
And no problem, Brightest Day. Thanks for bringing it to our attention. It happens. But yeah, so I think with that, then he says, aha, PS4. Get a hold of me later, Michael. We'll have to set you up to come on sometime next week if you're not busy. So definitely we'll have to do that. Other than that, was there anything else we wanted to cover other than the thing that I don't think we really have time to get into? And we already kind of brought it up anyway. And that was, I thought it was interesting how Hollywood had a bunch of money all of a sudden now that they got bailed out. That story I sent you this morning, among the many.
Yeah. Do you want to go through that real quick?
We can save it. It's not gonna. That's not what's going to time expire.
Anywhere. Yeah. Well, long story short, it's your tax money at full work. Yeah.
It's, when you beg and plead your mom to borrow $20 and then, I found $20 in my drawer. I didn't know I had this whole time. Now I've got the $40 I need to buy the game.
Yeah. Speaking of game, Joel Rice said, there the comment disappeared. He said, come on, someone buy Andre a Sega Saturn so he can keep up with gaming.
I tried talking him into a Sega CD, and no.
The Sega CD freaking rules. Never dissed the Sega CD. I mean, like both Echo the Dolphin, Earthworm Jim, and Mickey Mania, like the definitive versions of all of them are on the Sega Saturn. I just wish that Desert and Jungle Strike were on the Sega Saturn. And I'm really jealous of the PlayStation for having gotten Soviet Strike and Nuclear Strike. That should have been on the Sega.
No Urban Strike, Andre?
Yeah, I got the Urban Strike. I got it right here on the shelf.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I gotta teach you about emulation.
Andre and his Sega love.
Make things a lot easier. All right.
I wish I could play video games.
Why can't you?
Mrs. Slant.
Why won't she let you play video games?
No. I gotta spend some time with her.
Oh, well, in that case, I understand. Oh, okay, yeah.
Speaking as somebody who almost got divorced over World of Warcraft raid times, I can relate. It's okay.
I guess I've never been one who gets that obsessed with video games, so.
I've been playing Grand Theft Auto the last 7 years. Jeez.
Yeah. Says that, oh my god, Jungle Strike. Andre, you rule. That game is awesome. I adore the Strike games. They are amazing. My personal favorite, though, is the first one, Desert Strike. But I actually prefer Desert to Jungle, but they're both fucking amazing.
Yeah, well, it just made me dread the sound, burm, because you're running out of gas.
Yeah, that was always scary.
Mega Drive, and I'll match you with my ColecoVision.
Yeah. Retro for the win.
Yeah. All right. People are clamoring for little koalas in the rain before we go, so we'll do that. But before we do that, check out the Latino Slant. That's Paulie's channel. And also check out the Salty Nerd Podcast. Do you have any other channels, Matt Vader, besides that?
No.
How about it, Ron?
I have my personal channel, but it's not the focus now.
Gotcha. All right.
We're working on dropping a ton of content over at saltynerdvideo.com, like three shows a week, plus reactions and shorts and R-rated clips and God knows what else is going on out there. Yeah, we're having a lot of fun. So come check it out, everybody. Drop us a sub. Really appreciate it.
Awesome. I pop up on their podcast from time to time if I get up early enough in the morning. But you guys seem to do everything at the butt crack of dawn. And then Matt has the audacity to come in here like, oh, it's early.
I know. It's the only time we can get together every week.
I got to give Matt shit, though.
Yeah, for sure.
And I have to say, Eric Kai says, Game Genie for Andre. What makes you think I don't already have one?
Exactly. He's probably got a few.
Yeah, I do.
I need to get one of those Switches. That's what I want. I want a Switch.
Switch?
So, yeah.
I bought some on a Switch. I don't have one, though.
Game Shark, the thing you used to plug in the back of the PS1.
Yeah.
And, well, if I could say one thing that we did bring up, I mean, thank you for plugging my channel, but Midnight's Edge in Espanol is coming to everyone.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
Very soon. That yesterday in the middle of everything.
Yeah. Except me because I'm persona non grata on there.
We do that like Rob.
Dude, Rob, we're gonna get you in there. You'll be.
You probably speak more Spanish than I do. Yeah, you speak Cheech.
You speak Cheech.
We need some like good Italian blood as well in the Midnight's Edge.
A lot of the language ain't much different either. Some of it's pretty similar.
Spanish and Italian are very similar.
But we're already gathering content and bilingual content for all you guys. It's pretty exciting.
Yeah, we'll be announcing a launch day soon. So yes, all of our Spanish-speaking fans, we hear you, and hopefully you'll hear us now. So there you go.
Indeed. And not only will you hear us, you'll hear us in Espanol.
Well, that was kind of the whole pun there. Partners are already listening in English, but never mind.
Willie Woodward's asking, you mean subtitles or dubs? No, we're not. Wait. Well, yes,
depending
no.
on the content. Yeah, we should be clear on that. Some of it will be in actual Spanish speaking, and other parts of it will just have subtitles. But it'll all be a case by case basis.
Yeah. But the live streams will eventually be
yes,
all in Spanish.
Yes. And the interviews usually will be and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Whereas also the mini documentaries that will be brought over from the Midnight's Edge main channel, they will be dubbed to Spanish.
But now, if there's something that crosses over that we feel like should be on both or something like that, we may have to do subtitling there. If it's like an interview or something like that, but it all depends on. We've been. I'll tell you right now, Paulie has been busting his ass along with Michael behind the scenes, Mexican Iron Man, to put a lot of stuff together for you guys. So hopefully you're going to enjoy it, especially those who are Spanish speaking, obviously.
And it's and we're assembling like a Latin American team, so it's not just Mexican. It's we're gonna have people from South America, Caribbean, hopefully someone from Spain, so it's going to be very well balanced.
And hey, if it's successful and people who are non-Spanish speaking who want to enjoy the content, we will listen to you. And if it's something we feel like we need to do, that's something that we will definitely consider doing as far as doing English subtitles on the Spanish content as well. But we'll do that on a case by case basis as well as we see it need to be done. But we'll definitely be telling you guys a lot more on that, and we'll have the channel for you guys to subscribe to and all that in the near future before we get ready to launch it. So there you go. Anything else to add to it, Andre?
No, I think you summed it up pretty nicely right there.
Awesome.
Exciting stuff.
And it already looks like a few people will be more than happy with having English subs. So maybe that's something we'll consider early on too. So we'll take a note of that.
Depending on the content, but case by case for sure.
And YouTube does auto translate, I guess Mecca Random says, but I don't know how many people we need thinking that our pudding smells like shoes. Or that Paulie has to go to the bathroom real bad or something.
Wait, what?
That'll fuck up the translation somehow in there. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Got it.
Yeah, you'll be sitting there saying completely different and be like, I really have to piss bad right now or something.
It's so funny because people are just the first thing they mention right now.
I would like to fuck your cat.
Oh my God.
Whoa, no. No.
What? Okay, like there are limits here.
No, that's where the translation will take it. That's what I'm saying.
That crosses the line, Tom.
I'm not talking about your cat. Your cat's got resting bitch face. I don't like your cat.
He does. Oh my god. He's got a very much grumpy.
He's not my type.
Well, that escalated quickly.
I was reading the bad translation.
And Andre, and it had nothing to do with me.
Yeah, so yeah, there you go. I'll take the blame on that one. I don't.
Anyway, that's why you need to work like proper with translations and subtitling, because I've tried like the Norwegian auto translation that comes up on like YouTube videos sometimes, and it really isn't anything to write home about.
See, WSD knows what I'm talking about here. He's like, translator, I fapped in front of grandma. Exactly. It'll come up with some crazy shit. I've watched regular stuff in English with English, the auto subtitles, and it comes up with some of the craziest crap. It's like I ate a tree.
Yeah. You just busted a Snyder though, because you like mix one thing to another.
Well, that's the greatest bit. That's what's so funny about it is like, oh, we made some comparisons earlier that we're not even going to get into, but anyway.
I like Catnapper.
Catnapper.
What said that?
Damn it, Tom says to. What about damn it, Shane?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
maybe.
I think we're all caught up on everything. So yeah, unless there's anything more to add to that, check out Latino Slant. Check out Matt Bader's channel, which is the Salty Nerd Video Podcast, or what is it called now?
It's the Salty Nerd Podcast, but we're at saltynerdvideo.com is our channel.
That's where my confusion comes in there, guys.
Yep.
And tell Matt he's got too many damn different titles.
Oh yeah, he does.
Yeah, but I love Matt just the same. So yeah, thanks to Matt for coming in earlier as well, and thanks to Uche and Jeremy, of course, also for coming in and talking to us and taking questions from you guys, what ones we got in there and stuff like that. And we apologize to those we didn't get to while they were here. Anything else, Andre, before we take off?
No, as usual, I just want to say thank you to everyone in the chat for joining us and sticking with us for more than 4 hours. Well, the time sure flies when you're having fun. I know emotions have been high, but that's how we roll, and here we can have conversations with everyone. And as someone pointed out, if we have the opportunity to have Ryan Jon Snow, we do the same thing there. And now, let's have some koalas in the rain.
Koalas in the rain, koalas in the rain, no fucks given, koalas in the rain, koalas in the rain.
We had to interrupt our Koalas in the Rain program for this super chat.
Straight White Mage says, wives need maintenance too. Thanks for that. And someone else who needs maintenance is everyone that wants koalas in the rain. So let's resume the normal programming.
Thank you for that, Straight White Mage.
Koalas in the rain, koalas in the rain, no fucks given, koalas in the rain.